Ready? Play. Ready? Play.
My name is Townsend, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
I am Francisca George, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Susan Leemans, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom. Yeah.
My name is Zainab Sammaz, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hey guys, my name is Sasha Vickery, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Harris, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Paolini, and I'm a friend of the show.
Wow, Jasmine, you got it in one time.
Hello, guys. Welcome to another day of the US Open. This is day 4, the second round in both the top half on the men's side and on the women's side, of course. No, sorry, the third day. What am I talking about? I'm already living in the future. Sorry, the third day, so the bottom half on both the men's and the women's side of things. And yeah, basically, what is the plan for this stream, you're going to ask? Well, in the title, we have Lehecka and Krueger and Townsend against Badosa. So basically, the plan would be to maybe just watch that and then there's also going to be a later live stream during the night session with Gov Maria being kind of like the main focus of that one. But yeah, today, of course, we're just starting the second round in New York, contrary to what I said a minute ago, because I was already living in the future. But yeah, the first slot is actually somewhat weak, I think. There's more to come later today that excites me. So personally, I'm going to start from Krueger Lehecka and we'll kind of go from there. as you might remember from my from either like the ATP Weekly or from the stream yesterday, Jiří Lehecka was kind of my dark horse pick for this US Open. So, you know, I gotta see what it's all about. I gotta see if this is really possible. Am I going to be able to see it based on a match that features him playing against Mitchell Krueger? Probably not. But of course, it would be good for Iji to just kind of move on without that much trouble. And maybe that will tell us he's ready for it. I mean, nonetheless, like the next round will be much more interesting for him, especially if he plays Andrei Rublev. But for now, it's Mitch who has the first breakpoint, fighting this beautiful forehand return down the line. Lehecka getting to it, but not quite. And yeah, there's some early pressure from the American, who basically is having like one of the best seasons of his career. Very good resurgence, because last year he wasn't even considered as a qualifying wildcard at the US Open. And this time he not only made the qualifying on his own ranking, I think he was probably even in the conversation for a major wildcard. And well, he didn't get that, but he qualified. He won 2 challenger titles this year. And this first round win he got over Hugo Grenier, this is massive, as this is just the second time in his career he wins a match at a slam. The first one was also at the US Open in 2020. Today is a bit of a free hit, I would say, for Mitch. Gotta try his best, gotta see if Lehecka is shakeable or not. Hi Dan, hi Brazy. How do I say good morning in Polish? Usually just dzień dobry, which is, yeah, good morning. There's also dobry wieczór, which is good evening. But it's not evening yet. Do we have a good afternoon? Not really. I think we only have good evening and good morning. But yeah, good morning would be dzień dobry, which is literally day good. Dzień is day and dobry is good. So good day. And well, it's 5 p.m. here, so we are not really in the good morning territory anymore. But I mean, we still say good morning, to be honest. Like we do say it like up until maybe 9 p.m. I think that's when usually you're gonna maybe say dobry wieczór. And also when you are leaving somewhere, that's when you might say dobranoc, which is, you know, good night. Literally, in that sense, just literally translated, good night. But yeah, for now, 5 p.m. here, but 11 a.m. in New York. Lehecka got that first game, saving a break point with a great serve out wide. Some early pressure. Let's see if he can trouble Mitch in his very first service game already. Of course, Lehecka in the opening round against Vučović, he actually lost the opening set 6-1. To his credit, he started turning the match around a bit, reacted to the fact that it was quite windy on Monday, and just started playing, you know, a bit more toned down, just out-rallying Vučović a lot of the time as well, not only relying on his weapons. And, well, that kind of coincided with Vučović's back injury, was it? I think it was the back. That eventually made Marton retire from that match. So, well, Lehecka moved on. That's kind of what we know after the first round. It wasn't a perfect performance in no shape or form, really, but well, it's not what's important, right? Of course, with Lehecka, there's also that big story, given the fact that this is his second event only after the injury. In Cincinnati, he came back. He looked great right away. So maybe there's hope that he can actually pull off a big US Open run here. This net court will definitely help him get some sort of an advantage on the Krueger serve early, but let's see. Krueger saving himself an unreturned serve. Pretty unique game that the American has. It's actually the backhand that's usually the stronger wing. The forehand technique definitely can be considered somewhat unusual, but yeah, this year he's playing very well, and with this win, we might actually be sort of starting that conversation soon about Krueger's best year and stuff. Of course, this is the US Open. This is a slam early round, so there's a lot more matches going on. I will be going over the results of them from time to time as well. I will show them to you on the screen. 2 during the changeovers. So if there's anything that sort of warrants our attention in any other match, we'll also switch to that. Badosa Townsend is the other match that I have in the title here. So probably once Krueger and Lehecka are maybe done with their first set, that's where we're going to switch for a while. That's kind of my plan. Some people might join during the stream, but it's all a maybe today. So if you're unlucky, you might just be sitting here with me for about 2 hours. And, well, we will see. Am I surprised that Litu won a set? No. I mean, yes and no, but like we shouldn't be treating this in the sense that he took a set, because this was not like you would find a straight set match easily that was more competitive than this. You know, sometimes in tennis, like, okay, yeah, he took a set, but the other 3 were just stomps, and it really only required Carlos to stop. How to say it without using foul words? Yeah, just play a bit smart there to win. And it was kind of similar with Sinner McDonald, right? I mean, can we really say Maki took a set? I mean, of course he did in the fundamental sense, but practically that match was never close. It's like that famous Wimbledon quarterfinal between, semifinal even, between Djokovic and Nori, right? No, Djokovic-Nori was just 1 set, but I'm thinking of the quarterfinal between Djokovic and Sinner in 2022. And basically, and even Djokovic against Jerry last year here is a good example. Okay, he's 2 sets to love down, but he's never actually in the position to lose the match because he's just stomping the next 3. And it's kind of the same here. Like, yeah, he took a set, but he might as well, like, you know, it was possible for that match to be more competitive without him taking a set. And I think it doesn't really change the outlook on that performance at all, which, you know, Litu tried his best, got some nice moments out of it, but it's just not the same quality at all. And it's probably going to be like it as well with Botic next round for Carlos. Lehecka struggling early, says Ghosty. Were you just talking about the breakpoint or anything? I mean, it's just the 3rd game, right? Who has a bigger red alarm going right now? Rune, FAA, or Tsitsipas? I mean, I don't think Rune will drop in the ranking fast because, well, he's not defending anything in the Asian swing either. Then later Paris and ATP finals, but he hasn't actually gained all that much there, right? Like, Rune, throughout the year, he's actually been kind of consistent. Like, up until this match, he was like 14-2 in his opening rounds or something like that. Of course, this isn't really what we sort of wanted from him, but I don't know. I think where he is right now, where he is ranked about 15, it's going to be tough for him to like go down much, much more. And Felix, I mean, he's been on that red alarm for more than a year now. I don't think it's particularly red anymore. Like, I think he's kind of stagnated at this level that we're seeing from him right now. Tsitsipas, well, I mean, this year was in some respects pretty nice because he still maintained that clay sort of like expertise, and the fact that, yeah, on clay, even if on hard courts he might not be doing too well, he's still going to be class on clay. But at the same time, you know, he still can't beat Alcaraz, he still can't beat Sinner really if the injury at Monte Carlo doesn't happen. And on hard courts he's gotten much worse, so maybe that's more of a thing, you know. Steph is also so much older than these guys, but it's very different expectations for all of them too. I don't know. I mean, from Felix, I don't really expect much more. I mean, obviously, he could have played much better yesterday. That's something that I can expect from him. But in the sort of grand scheme of things, I think he's done a lot already. Would I call Evans a pusher? I've recently seen that critique leveled against him in the Khachanov match yesterday, but I don't think that's accurate. I mean, not really. I mean, how would you call Dan a pusher? Because he slices a lot from the backhand corner. I mean, that's what the other players kind of force him into, right? But it's not like he's just slicing for the sake of slicing. He's always trying to get out of it, find a big forehand inside out, inside in eventually. So yeah, I mean, he definitely plays a bit more defensively than even some people think, because, well, he's not like your classic serve and volleyer or something like that, even though some people consider him to be, I think. But yeah, I mean, how would Dan Evans be classified as a pusher is kind of beyond me. It doesn't make any sense. Rune seems to prefer clay. Yeah, I think a lot of that is due to his forehand technique being so weird. Like, he has this pushback really, and it's so overcomplicated. When he's not on song on a certain day, like we've seen him have just absolutely nightmare performances. Nakashima Shanghai last year, Marojan Miami, for example. And on clay, he just has more time for it. He's also like quite defensive, right? Like he has a very complete arsenal, and sometimes he just likes to fall back and look for his opportunities to counter. That's also better. When I like at Wimbledon when he played Novak in these indoor conditions, right? When it got pretty fast, we saw what the Novak serve did to him. And at the same time, Holger couldn't like really match his level of offense again on that forehand side. So yeah, I think clay is best, but it's not super. It's not a big difference, you know. Who is the ultimate pusher in my book? Was Davydenko a pusher? I mean, Davydenko was like a ball machine, you know, but he still played. Like he played with the pace of the opponent, but he still played with pace. I don't know really what sort of top player could be classified as a pusher. Like, I don't know. Random example that came to mind for me right now is David Horda Sanchez. No, but that's too random. I mean, I wouldn't say like Jaume Munar or Roberto Carboes Baena are pushers, but maybe like Munar is sometimes close. Must be somebody I'm kind of forgetting about, but there are a lot of these clay guys as well who just kind of play deep and high at the opponent's backhand corner, and that's it really. But if you're getting a lot of spin on it, is it still pushing the ball? Probably not. I mean, yesterday we had a great win from Otto Virtanen, and I think sometimes he can be a pusher, even though he's also a huge server. Like, his ground strokes are either 120% power and just slam it, or 10% and just get them over the net without any shape, really, without any power. So I don't know. It's tough to call anyone like 100% pusher, I think. Maybe Hubert Hurkacz can be a pusher sometimes. Maybe Borna Čorić used to be before his kind of late career playstyle change. Oh, Lehecka barely getting the balls back, and Krueger will miss the final forehand. This is nasty because he literally did everything right in this point, and eventually just misses the finishing blow. Had Lehecka on the stretch. Worked out everything for himself there, but couldn't quite put it away. Is Manarino a pusher? I mean, in the sense that, you know, the way he strikes the ball is a little bit like that, but he's an aggressive player, right? I mean, I don't know. For my definition of a pusher, like, it would have to be someone who's just behind the baseline and literally. Oh yeah, I've got a great example. For example, but again, this is very like random, but Matthew de la Viedova. He's about like 350 in the rankings now. And like regardless of which position like you're gonna have him on the court, like it could be a short ball, he's always playing the same forehand, like the same motion, just goes with a lot of spin, pretty much without any like, you know, drastic direction changes, just literally plays the same ball from every position on the court. And his matches tend to last like 4 hours. Like that's a pusher to me. If Manarino, if you gave Manarino as an example, and like Lerner Tien, for example, played Fields yesterday, right? So that's also, I guess, a similarly oriented play style, but would I call him a pusher per se? No, it's still ball striking, even if you're using the opponent's pace, even if you're kind of keeping the ball uncomfortable, it's still something. I guess maybe Svajda could be classified as a pusher a little bit more than someone like Manarino or Tien, but yeah, it's tricky. Today I saw this graph. Who was that about? Yeah, it was about the match between Ruud and whoever he's playing in the second round. Oh yeah, Gael Monfils. And it was that tennis insights infographic, and they were calling Ruud in terms of his playstyle a solid baseliner there, for example. And I don't know, I wouldn't go that. Like I think he's much more aggressive than that. And yeah, it's tough to assign just random playstyles to players, right? I mean, some of them are super easy. Like when you have Lehecka, like you know what he's going to be doing in literally every single match, right? Like some sort of all-court attacker or however you want to call it, really. But yeah, there's a lot of players who, depending on who they're facing, will have and also the surface, the conditions will have completely different game styles. And if you tell someone you're an all-rounded player, it sounds lame because it sounds like you just don't have any strengths. But that's kind of how a lot of players operate, right? I mean, you also play on what the opponent can give you, really, rather than just by yourself. Unless you're one of these, yeah, just absolute hyper offensive players, and you always make sure that you are the guy dictating. And that's someone like Lehecka, for example. Yeah, you're rarely gonna see him playing the opponent's way. So far, the opponent's way maybe would have been a bit better since, well, he's kind of struggling. Had this game point here at 2-all, but missed a forehand cross court. And yeah, it's not been easy for Lehecka so far. And there's a double fault as well. So this will be a break point for Krueger. If that break happens, or actually after this game, I'm just going to sort of scroll over the rest of the results as well, so that you and also so that I can see what's happening on the other courts. As I said, probably I think I'm going to watch a set of Krueger Lehecka and then switch over to Badosa Townsend, at least for a while, maybe also for a set. And I think after these two matches are over, we are probably going to bring this show to a close then. Krueger slice approaching, breakpoint up. Lehecka pretty smart with that soft backhand pass over the net. I mean, still a lot of time for Mitch to do something about it. I think he had a play on it. Obviously, he had a play on it, but I think he also had a chance to put it away in a much more efficient manner. And, well, he ends up losing this point. Maybe he could have even, like, you know, not even played like this volley from below the net. Maybe he could have caught it at a much higher contact point. It's unclear from this angle, but anyway, deuce as Lehecka saves another breakpoint. I think the second in this match already. Certainly hasn't been, you know, cruising so far. Goes forehand cross, tries to be very deep, but I think it's going to be out. So yeah, another breakpoint for Krueger. I mean, somewhat similarly to the first round, which I mentioned earlier, I think it's more important for Lehecka to just get through rather than play amazing here. But, well, I mean, there are bigger tasks coming up. There are players like Andrei Rublev, for example, in his potential third round. So I think getting some momentum and confidence from playing a very good match would also be helpful for the Czech, of course. And, well, that's an unreturned serve. So he saves another one. He's not allowing me to look at the other results. They're just gonna keep going in this game forever. Finds another nice serve. 4 aces already. This was his 4th. Mitch yet to hit one. And that's his 5th ace of the match. So 2 in a row to get himself out of trouble and lock up that 5th game finally. And yeah, let me roll over the results. Badosa already up a break. We've got Krejcikova against Ruse as well in grandstand. As you can see, they kind of just started, but the Wimbledon champion is, well, down to 13 her game. Dimitrov crushing Hijikata for the umpteenth time in a row. I mean, this year in Brisbane, I think he gave him like 5 games, and then in Cincinnati, he gave him 1. So it looks like once again, Grigor might be overwhelming Rinky, but of course, it's still early days. We've got the doubles events starting today too. Serundola Echeverry, Uchima Niemeyer, and Segerman Tkach down a break to Bambri Olivetti. We've got Tomljanovic against Mertens as well. I think there should be... no, okay, that's all singles for now. This is a good one as well, the rematch between Franz and Jebens and Krajcek Royer. They played recently. All right, let's get back to our, the top of the screen where the matches that are interesting are the most are. As you can see, Krejcikova down 3 breakpoints now. Why would I call Korda a pusher? No, definitely not. Cleveland Cavaliers, Della Vedova? I don't know, actually. Is Della Vedova a college player? Cleveland Cavaliers might also not be a tennis team. It might just be my ignorance of... Yeah, it's a basketball team, okay. Yeah, apparently there's a Matthew Della Vedova who's a basketball player as well. So the tennis player is not the only one. That's wild. I wonder if there's any connection between them, but yeah, it's the second cousin of the basketball player, apparently. Medvedev could be considered a type of a pusher, yeah, sure. I'm not against that for sure. Yeah, I would say so, Dave. Yeah, that your definition here is correct. That it has to be like really very little follow through, just barely getting the ball over the net without properly hitting through it. Yeah, that's something that I think has to happen for the pusher to be a thing. Blocking serve is a pushing shot. Depends. I mean, if you're doing it kind of like a short block, and you can actually use it aggressively, right? But in a technical sense, yeah, just like slice, as you mentioned, technically it is a pushing shot. But I guess it depends on what you're trying to do with it. If someone was like going to come out and just slice endlessly, like Monica Niculescu, for example, and try to get errors like that, that's an example of pushing. But if you're, I don't know, an Ash Barty, and you're using that slice to set up the forehand, that's very different. I mean, in the end, every tennis player has to be playing offense and defense in a match. Like it's not possible to avoid and just kind of play 100% of the points on your own terms. Can Krueger close out the 3-all game, or rather the 2-3 game? Technically, trading ground strokes. doing pretty well in that backhand trade, of course, but then the forehand was just so wonky. It's still Lehecka who shanks it, though. So 3 games all, and so far the American is holding up perfectly fine. Really perfectly fine. Townsend, definitely a fun play style. Nobody talks about Townsend's motherhood. Maybe you should. I mean, I know that some people are already irritated about all the motherhood talk. The countless mom on a mission tweets from the WTA with an emoji at the end. So maybe that's why. Coco third set against Saba, US Open 2023 was big time pushing. I mean, to Dave's definition earlier, no. She wasn't like, she was still driving through the ball most of the time. Certainly sets 2 and 3 was just some elite defending and, you know, the raw speed especially. But was she still driving through the ball most of the time? I mean, sometimes we can't really expect players to be driving through the ball when they're defending smashes like Coco was there. But I don't know. It's a tricky definition for sure. I think pushers just barely exist. If we want to go like, you know, find 100% example, basically. Krueger's game somewhat resembles Rogers. Do you think he patterned his game watching Federer? Possibly. I mean, Grigor would have been about 14, 15 when Roger was emerging onto like the top scene in the sense that, you know, he was already winning Grand Slams. So, I mean, partially, probably. There's a few differences, definitely. I think especially the forehand is like not the same kind of neutral power. Like it doesn't kill rallies in the same way. Grigor has to be a bit more athletic, has to be neutralizing with that slice, extending the points. He's so flexible as well. But I think, yeah, the fundamentals are very similar for sure. Of course, that was not unnoticed by tennis fans, and that whole baby fed moniker that Grigor used to have when he was getting onto the tour himself. I don't think anyone really calls him that anymore, but for a while it was huge. Of course, people were looking for like kind of a natural replacement to Federer's career, to Federer as a player, and they were thinking they might find it in Mr. Dimitrov. Did they? Well, the serving is definitely carrying Lehecka so far. 6 aces, including this one at 30 all, as another game of his could have been much more tricky than maybe it will be eventually, but I don't know. He double faulted at 30-15. He aced Krueger at 40-30, so. And yeah, Mitch will miss the second serve return. So 4-3 Lehecka, but this has not been comfortable so far. Baby Silk. I don't know if to take it as a compliment or not, to be honest. 5-2 Badosa. She's serving for the set. So yeah, as I said, I think after Krueger and Lehecka are done with their first set, we are going to switch. I mean, I'm going to switch my stream to that match and start talking about that match a bit more. And then probably come back for Krueger Lehecka after it's over. Krejcikova, we see, is 2-5 down to Ruse. Barbora is quite a peculiar player. I would not be surprised if she's out round 1 here. Definitely a dangerous opponent as well. An erratic and inconsistent, but a dangerous opponent. And Rinky trying to get that first game against Dimitrov today. In Cincy, he only got 1 in 2 sets. So, well, Any other developments? Echeverry serving for the set against Cerundolo. This is definitely quite an interesting Argentinian battle. Of course, on hard courts, it's not a match that we really were expecting to see, and Rinky got the game. But yeah, Cerundolo Echeverry, I do not know who's the favorite of that. I think Echeverry was priced as a small one. So far, it's holding up. Cerundolo probably the higher hardcourt peak, but he's not been playing like it the last few weeks. Some interesting shots on my screen of like a fan that's blowing water at people. I'm assuming it's pretty warm, hot in New York today. It's also pretty hot here, to be honest. And let's see, can Lehecka start firing at Krueger also in his return games? The first point would kind of suggest so. I think the Americans still had quite a bit of time to potentially react to that return. Just didn't. Gets the return in play on the next point, but he's defending from basically the fence, the backboard, and it's not going to cut it. So far, Mitch definitely looking quite relaxed, but we'll see how that holds up when he actually starts feeling like he has a shot at taking this set. For now, he definitely is playing quite loose, as he should be. I mean, this is a match where he has a lot to gain, but not much to lose. There's always something to lose, obviously, but not all that much for him today. That's a good return, but it's not going to give Lehecka the point, and eventually he's the one losing the rally. Just solid depth from Krueger on that backhand corner. Lehecka trying to switch, but it's a risky one. Backhand exchanges, obviously Krueger will be holding up okay, I think. Or at least, that's kind of the requirement for him in this match. That's another nice combo for Mitch. Just slice approach to the Lehecka back and pick up the lob attempt, which was not that high anyway. And that's game. 4 games all. So far, Krueger has been pretty much the better player, I would even say. But yeah, we'll see how that holds up when we're going into the more tension-filled parts of the opening set. 35 minutes in, he's doing very, very well. Well, I thought of sort of starting with this match and focusing the coverage on this match, assuming that it will be relatively straightforward for Lehecka. But who knows? Maybe I just run into a 5-hour thriller. We'll see. At least it's been, pretty like fast-paced in terms of the pace of play and stuff. 35 minutes in, we've got 4 already. Lehecka with another ace. That's kind of the only thing that he's had so far over Krueger today. And only asset he really has had is the serve quality. Otherwise, I think Mitch is matching him or beating him in most things so far. That's an eighth. That's the 8th ace, and it's actually going to be off the second serve because Krueger was trying to hunt his second serve return, step around, predict where Lehecka was going to go, but no, actually he does not make that correct call. So that was Lehecka starting the game with 2 aces. At 30 love, he has to win a rally and is going to do it. with a Mitchell Krueger backhand error. So looks like we will still be on serve in this one. Kick serve of the first one, interestingly, but it works very well. Mitch has to like step away because it's at the body, and Lehecka just finds a nice +1 kill into the open court. So 5-4, and this was definitely a clean game for the Czech. What else do we have here? Niculescu Barti, yeah. I would honestly dig watching a Monica Niculescu match right now in singles. I know she's still active in doubles, but I'd like to see her in singles. It was fun sometimes, especially when she had that big double with Serena. 2 matches in like, what was it, Indian Wells and Miami, maybe? Like 2 matches in the span of a couple of weeks. And both of them actually very entertaining. That is true, Ghosty. If Lehecka wins the US Open title, I would be insufferably smug. Although I did just pick him to make the semifinals. Just nothing. Semifinals? Lehecka? Is that even bold? Nah. What did I base that Lehecka prediction on? That's a good question. Let's just say I looked at his draw and it was cool. I mean, Rublev as a third round opponent, I think you wanna get that right now. Like, it's one of the top 8 seeds you want to see. And also, based on the fact that when he returned in Cincinnati, he played very well right away after the injury. So I was like, maybe he does it again. Maybe he can actually keep going. And clearly he's close to being fully fit, or like fully fit. I think he was also like posting stuff from training in like middle of July even, but of course couldn't make it for Wimbledon, couldn't make it for Roland Garros, couldn't make it for the Olympics, which is pretty brutal. But just before we saw him out, like, Madrid was fantastic, right? Until the injury. So that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, well, if he can just find it physically, the game is definitely there. Ooh, are we seeing some nerves from Krueger finally? Who knows? But at love 15 in the 4-5 game, he misses a smash. I can't even say into the net. It bounced before the net. And this is a big test now for the American. Well, first part of the test has been passed. Goes at the body of Lehecka and gets the reward in the form of an unreturned serve. Still 15-30, but that does not look as scary as a love 30 anymore. Definitely not. He attacks the net now and is going to put it away. Still 2 points away from losing the set, but now his situation is getting much, much better despite that missed smash. Average rally so far, 3.2 shots. Definitely a pretty quick match in that sense. Once again, he finds the first serve, but Lehecka this time is in the point. The depth on the +1 backhand from Krueger is going to be enough, though. He approaches the net, doesn't have to play a volley even, so 40-30. That would be an impressive way to get himself out of that rut. And also, after missing that smash, right? Could have gone away mentally for sure, but so far he is doing just fine. Kicking it in, and Lehecka will miss the second serve return. Kind of unacceptable here, but anyway, there was some very nice saving from Krueger. He was love 30 down here, 2 points away from losing the set. Wins 4 in a row, and once again, I mean, he's still in this, and he's been just as good as Lehecka, if not even marginally better. So Let's see how long it lasts, or if it even ends at some point. Lehecka serving at 5 games all. Slowly but surely, we are heading towards a tiebreak. Especially if Lehecka is just gonna start hitting these +1 forehands like this, just super clean, no issues like in the first or maybe third game of, well, first and fifth game of the match, I guess, when his timing was still a little off. He's blasting aces left and right as well. I think that's number 9. Number 9. Another unreturned serve so far, other than serving in this game. He's only had to hit 1 ball, and yet he's 40 love up. And this is actually going to be a longer point. Lehecka with a great forehand line, though. Gonna play a drive volley as well. And Krueger still has an outside shot at making the pass, but yeah, outside shot is at best, really. So yeah, as you can see, Townsend lost the first set to Badosa, 6-3. Krejcikova made a pretty decent comeback, but now she's 3 set points down. And Dimitrov is already up a break on Hijikata in the second set. What a brutal matchup that has been for Rimki the last couple of weeks. And basically, as I mentioned earlier, Krueger Lehecka end the first set, and we'll switch over to Townsend Badosa to see what that match is all about. First, we got Uchima against Niemeyer so far on serve, and this one looks to be going a little bit, well, not as quickly as Krueger Lehecka. Unlike Serundolo Echeverry, interestingly, which are just speedrunning through their games, apparently. US Open debut for Segerman and Tracz not going too well right now. And that's it for the rest of the results. Let's get back to Krueger Lehecka and see if Mitch can also hold 5-6 down. Yeah, against Rafa, he was fantastic, that's for sure. How did Fed win all those back-to-back US Opens when others can't seem to do it? Some people are going to tell you it's a weak era issue. I mean, weak era. To an extent, maybe that's true. I mean, Djokovic wasn't really around yet. Djokovic was only playing him in the 2007 final. Out of that winning run for Roger that lasted 5 years, I guess in the 2008 semi as well. Nadal, I mean, they've never played at the US Open, Federer and Nadal, so he wasn't around either. Roddick was kind of like a Federer pigeon, if you may. Same for Hewitt, same for late career Andre Agassi. So, yeah, I mean, you've got like, well, I wouldn't say you've got weak competition, but you've got competition that Federer was capable of handling without issues. Competition that he wouldn't lose to at a slam, basically. Like Roddick, like Hewitt. So, yeah, I think what he did at Wimbledon, of course, winning 5 years in a row before losing to Rafa, he pretty much did the same at the US Open, eventually losing to Del Potro in the 2009 final, where he just played like a complete idiot. Like, you know, he just targeted the Del Potro forehand time and time again, which he did a few times actually against Juan Martin. I think Federer sometimes had this weird mental thing where like he would go after the strength and kind of try to make it a weakness. But there's a lot of examples when that approach was kind of, just ill-conceived. And I think that Del Potro especially, there are a few matchups where, of course, he still had a positive head-to-head record against him, but there are a few matches where, like, he just keeps going at the Del Potro forehand. He keeps feeding him the ball. He keeps approaching to that wing and ends up getting burned a few times too many. But yeah, I think the dominance that Federer had back then over the entire field, I mean, that was just something that we don't have right now. The rivals he was facing, you may call them weak. I wouldn't, but they were definitely ones that he was just capable of handling 95% of the time. The US Open still had, quality players in the final. It was Australia that was a bit more random, with Bagdatis, especially with Thomas Johansson. That's before Federer's time, but still, and Gonzalez to an extent, although of course he was peaking out of his mind in the Australian Open run. Anyway, 30-all here, but Krueger finds a nice serve down the tee and has a chance to get us to a tiebreak. So far, he's doing perfectly fine, and he kind of deserves to be in that breaker. But of course, we won't be able to say it if he loses the next 3 points and just loses the set, because if you didn't get there, you probably didn't deserve it. I'll get to the Del Potro question in a second for sure. Okay, that's an interesting miss as well. Had Lehecka on the move, but the check is very dynamic out of that forehand corner here. Ends up feeding Krueger the ball enough times for Mitch to eventually miss. And now, once again, he's 2 points away from losing the set. So far, he's been holding up very well in spots like this. I mean, last service game, he was low 30 down on serve. This one will be tricky, but at least it's a let, not an out call. Finds the perfect serve on the line. I think that so far Mitch hasn't had an ace, so maybe this is his first one. I don't know if actually it will be classified as such, as Lehecka might have touched it, but it's pretty much an ace anyway. I think it was, though. And of course, it comes at a very important moment. One more, and he will get to the breaker. And well, it's not an ace, but it is an unreturned serve. So 6 games all, 50 minutes in. I think it's a very fair way of deciding this breaker. How many slams would Del Potro have won if not for the chronic injuries? I think when it comes to Del Potro, like the way I was recently sort of thinking about it to myself, I think if we're calling guys like Berdych, Tsonga, Ferrer sort of victims of that very strong Big Four era and how no one really could win slams at the time, Del Potro is much better than all of these guys. I think Del Potro has a lot less issues with his game, Ferrer, just not that special striker, even though a great workhorse. Berdych, pretty stiff athletically, probably not getting as much as kind of he even could out of his serve as well. And also Mr. Tsonga, of course, with the return, with the backhand. Definitely not shots of like top player quality, even though his entire game, of course, was very much there for years. So I think Del Potro is a very complete example out of like when we're looking at guys like this. So I think maybe Wawrinka got 2 free slams. Would it be wild for Juan Martín Del Potro to get a similar result even in that era of tennis? I don't think so. So I think, like 3 slams would be a very nice achievement, I think. Certainly something he was capable of. It's still not like he would have been trashing the entire Big 3, Big 4 every single time, right? Like that's clearly not the case. Like we've seen him play fit against these guys many, many times, and most of the time he wasn't beating them. But he would have had a shot in most of the matches, really. So I think, expecting like Wawrinka achievements from him is very realistic if he was fitter. But of course, that's not something he even himself could really change. His body just wasn't made for this, seemingly. but still managed to get him very far, and even if a bit more short-lived than we would have liked, the peak was marvelous. And also how many times he came back, right? We're seeing so many players just get one injury and barely return to where they were before, and Del Potro did it all like 5 times, so that also tells you something. And it's gonna be Krueger with the first mini break. Lehecka just missing that backhand kind of out of nowhere. Wasn't trying to be aggressive with it. Wasn't trying to open up the court, at least not particularly. But of course, if there's issues for Iji Lehecka in this match so far, you bet he's gonna find an ace. And it's actually his 11th, Mitch at 2. That's a pretty crazy pace that Lehecka is at right now. I would assume that, if he kept it up somehow, it would be his biggest, most aces in a match ever for sure. Even in a straight set win or a straight set loss. But so far, it's looking like Krueger is still the favorite to take this first set. Before the change of ends, he lands the line with the serve 4-2. Would be quite an upset if Mitch can somehow pull this off. He did almost beat Davidovich Fokina recently and just choked the lead away in the third set. At a slam, it would be something completely new for him, though. In 2020, he beat Pedro Sousa in the opening round of the US Open. Hugo Grenier now. So, yeah, generally not the toughest opposition faced in these matches. Whereas here, of course, taking out a seed, taking out a very dangerous seed, that would be something special. But we're still so far off from that. Of course, it's the best of 5 format. If he is to do it, this match is going to have to last. But so far, 5-2 in the first set tiebreak. As usual, with potential upsets, we kind of look at this set as more crucial for Krueger than for Lehecka. And Lehecka is also gonna just give it to him, it seems. Double faulted 2-5. But of course, there's an ace as well. So one thing that hasn't changed, one thing that hasn't been sort of up and down today about the Lehecka game is the serving. Is that ace number 13 already or 12? I don't remember, but certainly quite an insane number. But Krueger still 3 set points up. 2 of them on serve. Gonna be involved in a rally here, but that doesn't necessarily favor Lehecka with how they've been playing. It does in this case, though. Mitch trying to go for an inside-out backhand winner. He was the guy who took a risk here. He was the guy who pushed himself. Wasn't enough this time. And now he has just 1 more set point on serve and 1 more on return. Second serve as well. I mean, this is getting pretty real for Lehecka now. Like, this is looking like an opportunity to get back into this set. But can he actually keep it within the lines is the question. Well, he's definitely keeping Mitch on the back foot here. Should put away this smash. It's not super easy, but he does. And that's 3 set points saved in a row for Lehecka. So just 1 more coming now, and on his serve as well. This can be a brutal way to end the set if Mitch is going to lose this. I guess yesterday we had that Tsitsipas Kokinakis first set tiebreak where Tanasi was 6-1 up, lost 4 points in a row, but then actually broke, got a mini break on the last one. That also could have been quite drastic in its influence on the entire match, really. Lehecka would love another ace here, but it's going to be a second serve, and he's already double faulted in this tiebreak. I think he's going to stay like extra cautious here. No, he actually went for it. And I think he was surprised with how quickly the return came back at him because he misses the next slice. Oh my, 7-5 Mitchell Krueger in the end. So all that effort that Lehecka made to come back from 2-6 down in the tiebreak is actually irrelevant. It's just Mitchell Krueger taking the first set tiebreak against Iji Lehecka. Well, playing very well so far, and kinda deservedly taking this one. In the tiebreak, he was the one who kept up his quality while Lehecka couldn't. And after that, the effort to come back, even though it was, it was clear that in that attempt to fight back, Lehecka had a lot of quality and was kind of back to dominating the points. It was just a bit too little too late. And yeah, an unexpected development so far. Let's, as I said earlier, switch to Taylor Townsend against Paula Badosa, where Paula is serving at 1-1 now in the second set, 40 love up, almost an hour on the clock there as well, but they are already into the second set. And Badosa is also, coincidentally, a player I picked to make the semifinals. And she will now lead Taylor Townsend 6-3, 2-1. Of course, we will be back to that after the changeover. What else? That would have maxed out like 4 total slams, maybe another US Open, Roland Garros posted UMB. That's okay. That's definitely fine. Big Foe could have some trouble with Shevchenko. You are very high on Shevchenko, Ghosty. I'd love to see it, but I don't know. Yeah, Elena, I think that makes sense. It was very Roger-like. It just wasn't too smart in some of the... Okay, looks like we are back, are we? I hope so. Not sure what was causing the brief internet issues. Bergs could beat Koboli as well, says Ghosty, with some very big picks there. Monfils, though, I like that one a bit more against Schwartzman, I would say. Schwartzman against Ruud. Schwartzman is, of course, who he beat in the opening round. And let's see, Badosa on the defense here, but Taylor is gonna miss a smash. Not great for a doubles player, definitely. I mean, you gotta feel very confident on that shot generally. I like that super aggressive lefty forehand she played to get herself in a good position in the point, though. And speaking of lefty angles, I mean, what a serve here. Basically unreachable on the outside here, out wide, the favorite angle of any lefty. That one is barely over the net from Townsend, but that is actually what causes the error from Badosa. Paula does not get to it in time, and instead is forced to hit from a slightly not ideal position. Can't get the legs into the shot and is gonna miss it. Badosa hoping to be super aggressive here with the return, but Townsend handles it very well. What a weird point it is already, with Taylor hitting a great baseline smash this time, but she had to slice it a little bit to make it more, to just make sure that she gets it in. Paula still gets it in play, and there's all sorts of craziness, but eventually it's gonna be Townsend 40-15 up. And I think she lands an ace to get the game, yes. Monfils over Root, that's an interesting one for sure. I think that with Casper, we know that he was sick in Montreal, Cincinnati. We don't know yet how he's going to react really to like the first decent opponent he faces. And this is kind of the moment when we will learn a lot. In Indian Wells, when they played, I think Gael was extremely close to a win. Root started winning that match by just like so aggressively hunting his forehand and just dominating the patterns of play in sets 2 and 3 suddenly after not believing in his shots for a set and a half. And well, if that happens again, if it's more of a grind fest like Gael would probably enjoy, who knows? That was a nice opportunity for Taylor for sure. She's disappointed about missing this forehand down the line. Cracker over return though. The return probably faster than the serve here. You can see how Badosa just had literally zero time to react. She even falls on the ground after trying to handle that firepower of Townsend. But she's got some nice serves in the bag as well. And looks to close out the 5th game. Townsend making sure she's just going to be inside the baseline, picking up these forehands basically on the half volley, but it's all working fine. I mean, the lack of rhythm that she's giving to Badosa here is definitely an asset. So far, it hasn't, of course, been reflected by the scoreboard. But she is making Badosa somewhat uncomfortable. Paula pretty much serving her way out of this game with the 2 sliders out down the tee on the outside. So that's where we are right now. David Nalbandian, yeah, definitely one of the more like naturally talented players we had on the tour. Just not someone who really ever produced it at a slam. I mean, I know he made a final, but that final was not great against Hewitt. And overall, over the years, his effort, even his work, Kinda was like up and down as well, the way he committed himself to the tour. And by the way, we already have Arthur Ashe action starting. Madison Keys against Maya Joint. Great name, as I always say. Rinki Hijikata down 2 sets already to Grigor Dimitrov. He's gonna have nightmares about Grigor at this stage. I mean, I don't know if Grigor can be in anyone's nightmares, maybe he's too beautiful for that. Mitchell Krueger, by the way, up a break on Izzy Lehecka. Wow. Of course, we'll switch to that after Badosa and Townsend end. And also we've got Jules Niemeyer up a set on Moyuka Uchiyama. Elise Mertens seems to be dominating Alia Tomljanovic. And there's an upset, slight upset at least brewing here in the doubles as well with Franz and Jebens. Well, up a break on Krajcek Royer in the second set, but it looks like they are facing free break points now. Anyway, let's just return to Townsend Badosa for the time being. Let's see if Taylor can keep creating chances or not in the second set. Feast of errors, Steph against Tanasi, says Elena. Kicking a man when he's down. That's true. I mean, Badosa, I don't even know if to call it a resurgence, to be honest, because for the past 12 months or so, whenever she's out there, like whenever she's competing, whenever she's relatively healthy, she's been playing at the top 10 level. Like the quality she's had more or less since March last year is just fantastic. It's just that, yeah, she's rarely fit enough to keep going. But I don't think she was playing that well even when she was like number 2 in the world, which is very, of course, that's something that's pretty risky to say, I would say. But yeah, I think I definitely think more highly of her than at the time. Of course, she won Indian Wells, that October edition, but at the slams, she was always a bit iffy when she was so high in the rankings, right? I mean, she had that Roland Garros when everyone was looking at her, and then she almost goes out to Bogdan in the second round and makes the quarterfinals, but she loses to Zidanšek, and that's, of course, the Roland Garros where anyone could have won, and you would have really favored Badosa as probably the best player in the quarterfinals that was left at the time. I think if given a chance like this again, and of course with relatively decent fitness, Badosa probably wins that one. But Taylor Townsend, never an easy opponent. She just doesn't give you much to work with, doesn't make sure that every single point is played pretty much in a different way than the previous one. And well, so far she is keeping herself in the second set, although that was a fabulous backhand from Badosa. I don't think she goes for it if she's like breakpoint down here, honestly. I think she only went for it because she was 15-40 down on return anyway, and she kind of, well, fancied it. But, well, it's fabulous. And now Taylor is missing this +1 forehand quite long. So who knows, maybe out of a point like this, where Badosa just paints lines from start to finish, maybe we can get some action as well. And it's a double fault from Taylor Townsend. Are we watching one of the key points of this match? Are we watching the moment where it can all go wrong for Taylor? Let's see. Badosa gets the return in play, but she's not going to be able to do anything with that backhand crosscourt from Townsend. Fantastic strike, very flat as well. Skidding of the surface, and Badosa cannot get to it. Lots about the quality of the serve here, but Badosa is even clapping her racket after this one, even though it's like kind of like a simple serve +1 play, right? But Badosa herself knows that it's just perfection from Townsend on this breakpoint. This was not perfection in the up direction of the approach. She gave Badosa a shot, but the Spaniard wasn't able to take it. Almost 5 minutes in this game already. And are we still going to be on serve? Yes, we are, as it's an ace down the tee from Taylor Townsend. Let's look quickly how Lehecka is doing with Krueger. Still 0-3 down in the, still a breakdown in the second set. So definitely there's going to be something interesting to turn on there after Badosa and Townsend either reach the deciding set or maybe finish the match. We'll see. Badosa about to serve at 3 games all. It's a great return from Townsend, and she's approaching the net, but also gonna try to lob. But Taylor, with this more compact smash motion, just puts it away so quickly. It's a really good return plus net approach combination. And 15-30 now. She's just saved the breakpoint at 2-3. And who knows, maybe she will have her opportunities now. Oh, wow. And it's another smash into the net from Townsend. This one was tricky. I mean, I get that. But yeah, this could have been 2 points up. I mean, Badosa on her +1 shot, like she didn't even hit it clean. She didn't really land it deep in the court. Townsend was so quick to take advantage with a brilliant backhand cross court. And then just misses the smash, which, yeah, admittedly was very tough. Maybe it was even a better play not to take it off the air. Wow. And she hits another crazy forehand return. I think Paula going a bit too... Against a righty, this serve would have been perfectly fine. Against a lefty, it's just kind of right into Townsend's strike zone. So maybe it's also an issue of kind of over-reliance on usual patterns in a way. But well, she also has to defend on the next point, as Townsend was in control for a while and is going to smash a fantastic backhand cross-court. This is just insane how well she's been playing in this game. And yeah, Taylor Townsend now up a break in the second set. Big time stuff from the American. If she has a backhand that's kind of on top of the net, or, well, not even on top of the net, but like middle of the court, she just generates such good angle on it right away. Should Rusa be beating Barbora? I guess that's the thing with Barbora, right? She's kind of... If she goes through a few rounds, she's winning the tournament. But she rarely goes through a few rounds. And Krueger is up, almost up 5 games to love in the second set. That is quite insane. 8 out of 11 points won at the net in the second set, says Elena. Oh, did I miss something? Lehecka's first serve percentage below 50%. Okay. Despite all these aces, of course. I think Badosa is fine on everything, but yeah, she definitely kind of grew up as a clay court player. But with her style, I think it's pretty clear that, well, maybe she even has a stronger peak on a quicker court. Badosa has not approached the net at all in the second set, no. But I mean, how do you approach the net if Townsend is just taking every single shot that's a little bit too centric, that's a little bit too conservatively placed, and yeah, just smashing it away to open up the court and get there herself. Townsend is quicker to it, even though generally Badosa would be quicker than Townsend in most things. Although Badosa is also not an amazing mover on the defense, I guess. Anyway, Taylor serving at 4-3. Can she back it up? Can she manage to go 5-3 up, secure that chance to serve out the set? And yeah, most importantly, just consolidate the advantage that she's just built up for herself. The first serve would suggest so. Although, as we can see, Badosa is expecting that out wide lefty serve on the outside now. Definitely place more towards the corner. Yeah, at this stage, I'm definitely convinced that Rinki Hijikata's fans are just attacking me indeed. But I am here. Apparently, Elena is saying that there's more smashes from Taylor that were not exactly in the court. But yeah, hopefully our internet issues will go away. That wasn't just me looking at Lehecka's performance and saying, nah, I cannot show my face on Talking Tennis anymore. By the way, Six Love as well. Really? He got that bagel? Oh, wow. Matthew, I cannot really reply because I only watched the first set and Iji was fine there. Like he was just hitting aces left and right. Off the baseline, Mitch was a bit better, but it wasn't that big a difference. Let's see if there were any. Let's see the stats of the second set, maybe. While we, of course, are still following Badosa Townsend a bit more at the moment. US Open stats, can you help me? Yes. So first set, that's stats of the second set. No aces anymore for Lehecka. 4 aces for Krueger. 2 winners to 11 unforced errors. Lots of distance covered for Lehecka, which might suggest that he was just running on the defense a lot, being made to run. But yeah, that's a pretty crazy score, not gonna lie. That bagel especially is somewhat telling, yeah. And let's return to Townsend Badosa now, where Paula has a break point. Hopefully Rinki Hijikata's minions will not be attacking me anymore, and we can just keep watching this. That's a great return from Badosa. She's on the attack, but Townsend will pass her. I mean, she won't pass her per se, but she makes it tricky enough that Paula misses the forehand volley. I think she wasn't expecting the pass to have any sort of momentum on it, but it actually did. And Townsend's lefty angles on serve again are going to be massive for her here, setting up the game point. Can Townsend finally clinch this marathon game that is shaping up here? What? Yeah, I think that's out, right? Yeah, okay. Badosa was trying to find a sick angle with the forehand, or maybe she wasn't trying that. That is Mr. Donald Young in the crowd. Of course, he'll be retiring at the US Open this year in mixed doubles. And if memory serves right, this was probably with Taylor Townsend, right? I mean, he's definitely going to be retiring. I don't know if there are matches today, truth be told. I don't know much. I just sit here, you know? I just sit here and talk. But yeah, I gotta make a screenshot of Donald Young watching the match. Yeah, it is Donald Young, of course. All right. And well, Taylor Townsend goes to the net here, and she will put away this beautiful forehand stop volley. She means business right now, and she's very close to taking the second set. Who was my celebrity crush growing up? It's a tough question. Let me think of somebody kind of right away. Katie Melua. Yeah, let's go for that. I don't know if growing up, but yeah. I mean, probably when I was like 10 or something like that. Yeah, makes sense. I think that's a fine answer. Yeah, and about that retirement count, I mean, Team is not retiring at the US Open. Team is retiring in Vienna. He just played his last Grand Slam match. It's the same with Schwartzman. It's the same with Gasquet. Donald Young and Shelby Rogers are like properly retiring, right? So if you're counting Thiem and Schwarzman, then you also have to count Gasquet, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And Badosa claims the game, but after the changeover, we're going to have Taylor Townsend serving for the set. Taylor has been doing very well in this second set since we started watching at like 2-3, just making sure that every single point Badosa is under pressure. Any ball that's at the middle of the court, she's going to take it away. She's going to fire a good angle, just, go for it basically, and make sure that she's able to get to the net, make sure that she's able to get Paula on the stretch. So far, lots of that is just working really, really well for her. So some great stuff from Taylor, and well, she's not far off. She's really not far off now. As much as we have to compliment Badosa, and we were over, her level over the past year and a half when she's been healthy, someone like Townsend is definitely a player who can just win regardless of how good the opponent is, because she can make sure that doesn't get to show it really. All right, Taylor Townsend serving at 5-4. No way that Badosa return made it in. Absolutely no way. And she's gonna win the point as well. I mean, she basically forced Taylor to play like a impromptu moonball, and the American did not hold up well. This is quite lucky, but of course it's just 1 point. Still lots more work to be done. Still lots more than Taylor can do, especially with the quality of her serve. Katie Melua, she's a singer, as Elena said. She's originally from Georgia, but UK native. Anyway, I love Fenty, and Taylor Townsend is in a bit of a spot of bother now. She's worked to come up with this opportunity. She's done wonderfully so far. But she needs to stay clean here. I just barely gonna miss the first serve. This was gonna be an ace if it lands. Will it be 15-30 or will it be 3 breakpoints for Badosa? The answer is 3 breakpoints, as Taylor's game just kind of cracking here. There wasn't that much impact. There wasn't that much momentum with the return from Badosa. You, of course, know that Taylor is going to try to come up with something, open up the court, but she was unable to do it without making the error. So 3 breakpoints for Badosa now. She is involved in a good fight here with Townsend for sure. She would be delighted to get through in 2 sets against a player who's this unique and this, just tricky to face, unpleasant to come up against. Can she get one of these breakpoints as well? It's Townsend on the attack again. Another smash coming in. This one is perfect. Seems like whenever she's like around the service line, she's probably going to do fine. the couple of steps backwards, and yeah, it gets tricky. Of course, that's kind of the rule for most players as well, but we've had a lot of smashes from Taylor already in this match, so we can definitely note some similarities between the ones she's missed and the ones she's made. This one was great. 2 more breakpoints, and this one is on the second serve. First challenge for Badosa is to handle the kick. She did that well, and the Townsend forehand is in the middle of the net. This was not a good game overall from Taylor, though. Like, there was this great point, of course, to save the first break point, but yeah, her game just leaked in the most possible moment, in the most crucial moment. And let's see if she can recover mentally and keep fighting to take that second set potentially. 5 games all, anyway. Apparently, I am using slang from like 2007. I do use sick a lot. That's true. I wonder where that comes from. I mean, definitely my slang is outdated largely because I am a boomer. But I don't know if I think in the tennis world it's used quite a lot. Badosa now kind of using that momentum that that break gave her, and it looks like she's just going to kind of roll over Townsend in this game. At least that's the energy that she's giving so far. But there's a double fault, so it won't be that simple. She's visibly nervy as well, just trying to calm herself down. So close, yet so far from the finish line, really, in this match. Ooh, if Taylor landed that return, but of course it sails long. 40-15, and a chance for Badosa to go 6-5 up. Put Townsend for the first time in this match in that spot where she's going to have to win her service game to get to keep her chances alive. But she can't land that first serve now on the deuce side again. And again, she's really serving into what Taylor wants. I mentioned this last time as well, but like, this is a serve that against a right-handed player, it's great. But against a lefty, you're just giving them a chance to crack something like this. And then a great follow-up in the same direction from Taylor too. But this one on the outside is much better from Paula. And she's going to be 6-5 up after the change of ends. Let's glance at the other result as well. I think that Steph is going to be in New York, right? Aren't they playing mixed doubles? I'm just kind of guessing, to be honest, but I thought they were because someone mentioned it to me on Twitter. But maybe they were just. Oh yeah, and Elena is mentioning that too. So yeah, I think they are playing mixed as well, basically. So I believe that Steph will be in New York. Do I think Iga's bad performance is the sign of things to come, or her opponent was trickier than expected? I don't think there was much that was tricky about Rakimova's game, to be honest. Do I think it's a sign of things to come? I still think she's going to make it through a few rounds, and then we're going to see sort of what happens when it comes to opponents that she has generally not been handling herself well against. So, like, I don't know. Well, Sabalenka especially, of course. But if there's another like powerful hitter in the quarters, fourth round, that's kind of where I think it still will be a new game. Because against players like Rakhimova, she's going to finally like find her timing a bit better. She's still going to prevail, even if she's struggling in matches like this. So I don't know yet. But I don't think there was much that was tricky about Rakhimova and the way she played, no. I think that's mostly on Iga. That the match was so long and tough. And Mitchell Krueger is now absolutely destroying Jiří Lehecka with 11 games won in a row. And Drew Niemeyer as well, very close to the win against Uchima. Elise Mertens already won against Tomljanovic. This is still close, that interesting doubles match that I was talking about earlier. 2 match points for Niemeyer already. And Krejcikova serving for the second set. But we will now focus, of course, on Townsend and Badosa and how that will transpire. Taylor going to the nets, but then actually ends up getting a shot right at herself, and there's not much time for her to react. There's a lot of hate I see that Lehecka is getting online for what he's doing right now. But yeah, I mean, he's just, from what I've been seeing, because I've turned on the match a few times, and like he's just super low on energy for whatever reason. Maybe it was just too early for him after Cincy, after all, I don't know. But yeah, even if he isn't hurt in the strict like injury sense, he's definitely not 100%. But well, it's a fantastic reward for Mitch still. As I said earlier, he was doing some phenomenal work this season. Oh my, that is just insane. Taylor Townsend, you worked so well to get this point. You pulled off a couple of stunners. The angles on display were great. Badosa barely gets to that next shot. And I don't know, Townsend just kind of waited until it falls into like an uncomfortable spot for her. Like she really just waited for that ball way too long, and she misses that down the line. Eventually, she just had to hit like a, I don't know, like a weird angle that no one usually goes for. And the decision making is going to be quite... Oh, wow. Okay, no, never mind. This was a let. I was thinking that Badosa's return might be giving her 3 match points here, but okay, this was a let apparently. But yeah, Townsend serving. Gonna try to find that +1 forehand again, but she won't make it. And it's 3 match points for Paula Badosa now. Taylor Townsend was leading 5-3 in this set, did some amazing work to get there. But after that, it's just kind of been a mess from her. And Townsend lands another good serve, so 2 match points saved. Maybe this is not over. Maybe she can climb out of this. Ay, ay, ay. And she could have done so much better on the approach as well. She had Badosa out of the court. She had Badosa out of the doubles alley basically after the serve, but she doesn't end up taking advantage. Again, she's forced to hit like a half volley at the net. Paula just runs in and hits it pretty much at Taylor to get the game, to make sure that the point is hers. And yeah, Paula Badosa into the third round, still looking very dangerous, still looking like my semi-final pick is not crazy. Whereas with Jiří Lehecka, whom I just switched to, well, down a break in the third set, 15-30 up theoretically on the Krueger serve now. But is it too late? 11 games lost in a row, and he stopped that run. Now he's trying to kind of win this slice rally with Mitch. Net court keeps him in the point. And it's a pretty insane display here of Lehecka is trying to stay alive however possible right now. And he manages to do it, actually. So, yeah. He's got 2 breakpoints now. Suddenly he is surviving a point with like 20 shots and finding the backhand counter winner as well. So yeah, this is the last call. This is really the last possible moment for him to stay in this. And I think this is also, well, he still hasn't broken Mitch for sure. Has he even had any breakpoints? Maybe these are the first breakpoints that the American is facing. Lehecka trying to approach, but the return is just long. That was, that was well executed, but just, I guess not well executed, so he didn't find the line, but, the idea was good. The second breakpoint coming up. And Lehecka will find that break back. So okay, this is he's still got hope in this match. Maybe only hope, as he is so far behind and has been looking quite low on energy. But now he's back in it, at least for the time being. Let's see some other results. I will also definitely talk about the chat comments in a second. Krejcikova back in trouble despite serving for the second set earlier. We've got Madison Keys 6-4 up on Maya Joint already, and Rinky is getting some gains against Grigor. That's new. What else is here? Serundolo Echeverry 1-all. McDonald Mikkelsen, they just made the Cincinnati final in doubles. So they can be a dangerous pairing, I think. And Krejcikova trying to get it into the third set. We've got Baez Kriegspor coming up as well soon. And of course, Paula Badosa still in here despite I think already finished her match. And yeah, let's see how Lehecka reacts to getting that break back and somehow giving himself a lifeline here. But well, Lehecka, even though he just broke back, he of course still has a lot of work to do here. And apparently, Elena Gabriela Ruse has just defeated Barbora Krejcikova. Someone on my Twitter timeline saying that she wasn't doing that well physically either, with an arm sleeve and just overall. So I guess she's not the only Czech struggling today. Lehecka cannot believe that he's missing this forehand. And well, to be honest with you, I also cannot believe it. Lehecka is just like, in resignation really after this one, and it's just a shot you cannot possibly miss, seemingly. But again, there's an ace. Of course, in the first set, that was that was mostly what was keeping him going, right? It's the fact that he hit like 12 or 13 aces there. So if he is to survive in this match, he's likely gonna need more, and he's likely gonna need them soon. It's just wild to think about that when we were last kind of like focusing on this match, right? Like Lehecka was still very much in it. He had that 5-6 chance at set point down in the first set tiebreak when he was 2-6. He won 3 points. He was on serve again. And like it never really felt like he was going to lose 11 games in a row from that point. But well, now he's won 3 in a row. So he's very much in this third set again. 3 games all. Who's joining me on the Osaka train that thinks she'll go all the way. I don't know if I'll join you on that, but I had her like in the semis or maybe even in the final. So I just don't know if she can beat Sabalenka, really. If Iga plays Mirra, it will be very interesting. Yes, but I think the slower the conditions are, and they are slightly slower here than in Cincinnati, the better it is in this matchup for Świątek. Kind of similarly to the Goff-Świątek matchup. What is one shot you think that is the best you have seen? That is a very interesting question from Nurlan. But I don't know if I have the answer to this. I mean, could come up with so many examples. I think always something that like kind of comes to mind, and it might not seem like the most ridiculous shot ever because it wasn't. But if you remember how there was this Alcaraz Nori Rio final, right? And Carlos was injured and he was playing this match even though he had no chance to win, really. And he hits this ridiculous forehand on the run from like, basically the advertising boards already or whatever. And he manages to land it, I don't think around the net, but just kind of barely over the net post. And well, it's not the most ridiculous shot I've ever seen, obviously, but given the circumstances, given sort of his physical state in this match, I think it's very much, close to that. I'm trying to remember because there was one year when I had like a top 5 challenger shots of the season or something like that tweet or something like that. And I just don't know what won, but probably that also must have been a ridiculous one. Was it the Orlando Luz frontal tweener? I don't remember. There's also the Federer Roddick smash of a smash, right? That's an indoor event in Europe. I don't remember which one. Is it Basel? No, I don't remember. But I think it's Basel maybe. But yeah, you know what I mean, right? It's the it's Roddick smashes and Federer just jumps and has a counter smash of that, which is just, you're never gonna see it really again. Like it's definitely 1 in a million thing. 1 in a million, in fact, is an understatement. All the times I've seen someone try to come up with that shot, I mean, it's just way more accidental. Like the ball just kind of bounces off your racket and then maybe it goes in. Of course, there are different variations to that shot as well, but to kind of have a smash that's like literally the same motion as a smash, then in that, that counter shot is just literally the same. It's as if you were smashing from like behind the baseline. That is extremely rare for sure. I don't know. There are probably better examples, but of course it's tough to come up with something on the spot, or at least there are examples that are just as good. Anyway, Mitchell Krueger takes that game, stops the 3-game streak for Lehecka. That was a nice one as well at the end. The ball from Iji going so low over the net and pretty short, but Mitch is showing that he's still not feeling the nerves yet. And well, he's 4-3 up. Krueger never been in a situation like this. It will be interesting to see if he has the mental fortitude to close the third. I very much agree, Ghosty. As I mentioned earlier, he had this match with Davidovich Fokina, right? in Washington, was it, or Atlanta? Anyway, one of these events, and he did not hold up well there under immense pressure in the third set. So yeah, I'm not really sure. And what was going on with Iji? Honestly, a pretty low energy performance. Even in the first set, he was kind of keeping himself in it with the aces. Mitch was slightly better, but Iji was just blasting amazing serves left and right. That stopped in the second set, and he lost like 11 games in a row. Now he's trying to fight back, but he's clearly not 100% here, whatever the reason is. Talking tennis tattoo. Wow. No, I mean, Dimitrov, tough afternoon against Hijikata. He's been destroying him every time they played. I know that the match is still going on, but I don't believe it. Nakashima Kazo warming up as well. I love that matchup. I'll probably watch quite a lot of it after the stream is over. Well, unless Mitchell Krueger and Lehecka go like 5 hours here, which I guess still is technically possible. But let's see what's technically possible for Mr. Lehecka here, as he's already low 15 down. Mitch probably should have done more on the second serve return, though. And yeah, I think that the questions re his mentality there might appear. Does he make that return though, Krueger? I think he has. Yeah, it's on the line. Lehecka obviously quite disappointed. Sorry, I kind of stole the scores from you apparently, but they're back now. Yeah, Krejcikova was also struggling in the Olympics. She didn't play. She didn't play like Toronto, right? Yeah, I mean Barbora is going to be a very up and down player, I think. So, was anyone like seriously treating her as a big contender in New York? Probably not, right? I mean, neither was like anyone was at Wimbledon, really. But it is what it is with her. I think if she's going to get more slam titles, finals, it's probably going to come when we least expect it, or at least when we don't expect it too much. But apparently, yeah, that arm sleeve she had as well, maybe something physical too. Her compatriot Iji Lehecka is not doing that hot either, as he is a deuce now. But still, quality serving is keeping him in this match, so it's a bit of a throwback. To the opening set, when that was basically the only thing keeping him in. still deuce though. Lehecka had a net cord that could have closed out the game, but it actually stayed on his side. Things not been easy this morning in New York for the Czech, and actually there's going to be a break point here for Krueger that might potentially end the match, that might give him the opportunity to serve it out. 4-3 breakpoint up, Mitchell Krueger on Jiří Lehecka. This is not the result we were expecting, but this is the result that makes sense if you watched it, right? I mean, this is the result that we've been lining up towards. Can he get the breakpoint? Second serve. This is your chance, Mitch. He's missed a couple of second serve returns in this game already. Probably going to feel the pressure that he needs to attack, and actually Lehecka goes for it quite a lot. Finds that, relative corner of the service box, and it's enough to get a forehand error from Mitch. Not all that much that the American could have done there, I think. He was obviously trying to be a little aggressive with it, but just wasn't able to because Lehecka found good placement, found good precision. Backhand smash of Roger and lob of Andy. I mean, just in general, or like... Or, okay, so you meant just in general and not like individual examples. That's kind of what I understood Nurlan's questions like. 5 sets for Kazo Nakashima in Matthew says, and also the Argentinians. I'm definitely on board with Serundolo Echeverri going 5. That's for sure. $216 subscribers from 10K. Ghosty says that Iji looks injured or like he's dealing with a heat stroke. Way less agile than he remembers. Post-match interviews. I mean, I don't know if he's actually going to have a post-match interview, to be honest. Or any press conference. Like, is Lehecka important enough to have it? I don't know. He might not be, to be honest. But yeah, he gets to 4 games all anyway, so he's fighting for it. You know, that we cannot really take away from him. After losing 11 games in a row, he's still in the match somehow. And this is the moment when Krueger is kind of failing. What was that +1 forehand? After 2 hours of play, Mitch is now low 30 down at 4-all in the third. Things are not looking that bright for him anymore. But maybe he can come up with some saving grace deliveries. So far, one of them is in. Weird match to talk about, that's for sure. Badosa Townsend, I think, was a more logical affair. Now that Lehecka is in a bit of that grinder mode. And yeah, there's actually going to be a backhand return winner from Lehecka here. That's so close. I mean, based on the Hawkeye call, which Krueger is not agreeing with, but of course there's nothing to do at this stage. Nothing to be done. Basically, based on the Hawkeye call, it was just in by a tiny bit. Like 99% of the shot was already in the doubles alley, but Lehecka actually makes that in. So 1540, 2 breakpoints now, and it could be the Czech serving for a set in a moment. Krueger just, oh wow, I mean, this is tense. Krueger just literally throwing the ball to Lehecka and approaching the net and asking, what are you gonna do? And you know what? Lehecka did not make the pass. I'm not saying it was the easiest possible, but that was also a really weak approach. Like, there were so many potential angles for Lehecka to work with there. I mean, I'm not saying for a clean passing shot winner or something like that, but at least to make it very tough for Mitch on the next volley. And well, just one more breakpoint now. Lehecka finds another backhand return winner. That previous one was cross-court. This time he goes down the line. Ay. Iji Lehecka, after the change of hands, is going to serve for the for the third set. After losing 11 games in a row, from 6-5 up in the opener to 0-3 down in the third, he's still in it somehow. And well, Madison Keys serving for the match against Maya Joint. As we mentioned yesterday or 2 days ago, I don't remember, in one of the streams, Maddie kind of the entire year was working towards a great US Open, seemingly. Then, of course, came the injury and no one believed in her anymore. But maybe she's still in this. Definitely playing the part so far. Qinwen Zheng is going to play Erika Andreeva very soon. Alexander Miller is out on the court against Alexander Zverev as well. Rinky still holding on in that third set, but 2 points away from losing. And Nakashima Kazohov started. Serundolo Echeverry so far, well, looking like it probably will go 5 sets. Also, Fils and Pechi Pericard, then they win Roland Garros juniors in the doubles. Today there's also going to be another junior pairing that won former junior pairing that won Roland Garros doubles in Koboli Striker. They're playing the doubles event here in, I think, their first appearance together since that 2020 Roland Garros crown, which Striker, of course, won that event both in singles and in doubles. And Talon Kriegspor up and with a good start against Baez as well. This match is still going and looks like Krajčák Royer might actually turn it around. I'm very interested in the Dodik Pavlashek pairing as well. Seems like two pretty elite doubles players who, well, we just have to see how their chemistry goes and if they will work together. So far, I think they've only played Winston-Salem or maybe Winston-Salem and Cincinnati. So technically, in an early round at the US Open, that's where you kind of might have a shot at beating them for a pair like Harrison Kirchhoff. But I still like the chances of Dodik Pavlashek, I think, to just kind of outclass in a way. Anyway, let's see if Lehecka can actually serve out the match and extend it to the fourth set. So far, the first point goes to Krueger. He approaches the net. Lehecka still has a makeable forehand pass, but it will not go over. Of course, the fact that Lehecka just broke in no way a guarantee that he will actually take the set, given how he's been playing today. And I think that's a double fault. He was trying to go after Mitch's body on that second serve, and yeah, can't make it. So love 30 would be very fitting, I think, for this match if Lehecka still lost it in 3, just in the way that, well, yeah, he's been so low energy today and just kind of can't do much at all. Now he's attacking, though, and he should be able to put this away. So 1 point goes to Lehecka finally, 15-30. Again, kind of with the second serve, he was just trying to go at the body of Krueger and give himself a better chance at the +1 forehand, wrap up the point early. The timing was really good for him, so like there was no real chance of missing that final volley. And he's lucky that the first serve goes in here after the net court, so it's going to be a let. But yeah, some really crucial moments here. 15-30 down. The outcome of the next point, so big. Should be a point for Lehecka, really, but Kruger's lob lands on the baseline and he's back in the rally. In fact, he's kind of, well, at least neutral here. Maybe even he's the guy dictating. But Lehecka will break down his forehand eventually. This is an unused opportunity for Krueger for sure. He was back in the point, you know. He was, after that lob that miraculously landed on the baseline, he was back in the point and, well, either could have gone after his shots a bit more, maybe could have just stayed a bit more consistent, but 30 all now. So it's either a set point or a break point after this one. Lehecka trying to find a big risky serve again. And I think it's an ace, yeah. 111 miles per hour out wide. It's an ace yet again. And it's a set point for Lehecka, who very unexpectedly is still holding on in this one. But he will make a double fault. Set point up. Third double fault of the set. This one, of course, quite important, given that it was his chance to take it. Once again, trying to hunt the same spot he was going after on the previous, deuce point, 30-all point. Can't make it this time, though. Will Krueger be able to take advantage? Did he really miss it? Wow. I mean, off the stream, I would have said that ball was surely in. But apparently, Krueger missed that backhand, so one more set point for Lehecka after 2 hours and 8 minutes of play. Can he extend this to the fourth set and somehow still hold on in a match he hasn't been playing well in a match he has been physically hampered in? Krueger surviving some big shots from Lehecka, and now he's back in the point, but can he actually take advantage? No. He will miss off that slice. And that is 2-1 up for Krueger, but just 2-1 up, given that he was 3-0 up in this set, having won the last 11 games. So out of the last 7, Lehecka has won 6. Ay. Let me see if the schedule for tomorrow is already out or not. Where is that on the US Open website? I guess here. Can I not open this at the same time? Really? I can't? Oh, I can. I suppose I can, yeah. Precisely. But I would also like to see the scores. Of course, this tab, given that I'm streaming it to you, isn't exactly working the quickest. But yeah, August 29th, we still don't have the schedule for that day. Anyway, my Madison Keys has already wrapped up her match. Alexander Zverev up an early break. Grigor Dimitrov with 4 match points on Rinki Hijikata, so likely gonna wrap it up soon. Brandon Nakashima, Arthur Kazo still on serve in the first set. We've got Echeverry and Cerundolo in that match. That is kind of, almost guaranteed to go 5. Krajcek Royer up a break in the third on Franz and Jebens. As we will probably have some sort of a break in Krueger Lehecka. Lehecka is talking to the umpire about something, but I'm not positive what that is. Medvedev played one of the best returns ever, says Sean, but I haven't seen it, so I'm not sure what that was, to be honest. Your technology is broken. Can you give us your opinion about Emma Raducanu's loss? Did I see it? How can she translate her cuteness into matches? Well, first of all, I did not see it. That was late at night, right? So I didn't watch it. I didn't watch a single ball from that match. That's one thing. And second of all, I think she first like really needs to focus on getting matches in. What she's trying to do, which is like play Washington, then skip Toronto and Cincinnati, then show up at the US Open. I don't think it's sustainable, really. She needs matches, you know, she needs reps. And that's what I can say for now. Grigor Dimitrov through to the third round, beating Rinki Hijikata. Oh yeah, because we have the heat rule in effect in New York. I forgot about that. 10-minute break in Krueger Lehecka. Oh, come on, guys. Just die on the court for me. I guess we'll switch to something else for the time being. I wonder what that should be, actually. Nakashima Kazuo, maybe we should watch it until the end of the opening set. That's a strategy, I guess. It's a, you know, seems like a sound idea to just watch a few games from Brandon Kazuo and then switch back. I'm going to put on the stream from that right now and probably then switch back to Krueger Lehecka once the heat rule will not be in effect anymore. See, I feel like the heat rule should also be in effect here on Talking Tennis. Like, I'm sitting here and sweating. Must be pretty wild outside my window as well. The practice courts getting a light hit in. Kren Boogie is here, yes, our resident Monfils fan. Today a big match. Actually, Ashlyn and Mitchell Krueger are not related, even though they're both from Texas. I checked that once because I had no idea, but yeah, apparently they are not related. Miller Zverev, Zheng Andreeva, that's maybe the scores that I'm going to leave for you guys here, and I'm going to turn on the stream for Nakashima Kazuo in the meantime. They had a pretty fabulous match at the Brest Challenger last year, which I very much enjoyed. It was a Challenger match, obviously I enjoyed it. And well, I'm excited to see how this one pans out. Hopefully it's just as good. Arthur was really playing like very... Ooh, sorry that I stopped mid-sentence, but that's because Kazuo is like... He's sitting on the changeover and he's like putting ice on his neck already. I hope that he's going to be fine here with the heat because, well, we know what happened in Miami, right? When he collapsed. Hopefully he's going to be okay. But yeah, anyway, that Brest match was really nice because he was like playing just counter-punching tennis. He was athletically moving around the court, and Brandon brought some real fire to the game that day. He was hitting his forehand extremely well, actually, the weaker wing in general. And Kazuo just managed to kind of grind him out, play so many good counters out of the corners, move extremely well around the court. And yeah, it was super fun. That was the first challenger that Brandon played last year in that stretch that he kind of had between October and, let's say, February this year, when he went for almost purely Challenger Tour events. And yeah, managed to build himself a lot of like a good cushion with the points, and eventually hit back on the main tour. And of course, yeah, find himself exactly where he was back in 2022. But in that Brest event, that first challenger that Nakashima played in that stretch, it was Arthur Kazuo who eliminated him. So yeah, let's see how they're doing today. Nakashima serving at 2-3. We're going to be back with Krueger Lehecka maybe once this set is over. That's probably the strategy I'm going to take about this, but we'll see. Nice and Brest playing in Ligue 1. Yeah, that's cool. There was a foreign exchange student that was from Brest on my university course as well. And yeah, it created some jokes. That's for sure. Ons Jabert's birthday. Well, unfortunately, she is not spending her birthday at the US Open. given that she withdrew before the event. The 2022 finalist, so definitely someone who made an impact, who left her mark on the event. Nakashima so far dominating this game. And he goes to the net. Does Kazo make this? No, I don't think he has. Okay. Well, that would have been a sick passing shot, but yeah, otherwise a very clean game from Nakashima. Big serves, +1 forehand when he needed it, net approach when he needed it here. Not much to be said, really. After this, Artur Kazo is going to be serving at 3-all, and as I said earlier, I think we're going to watch a set of this one and then switch back to Krueger Lehecka. What I am planning right now is for the stream to end when Krueger and Lehecka end their match. There is a bit of a caveat to it. If the schedule for the day 4 of the US Open comes out earlier, I might have to leave. But, well, yesterday it was out in like 90 minutes from here, so we will see. But yeah, for now we're gonna watch a set of Nakashima Kazo, this first set until the end, and then I'm gonna switch back to Krueger Lehecka to see how that is unfolding in the 4th. Is the dramatic comeback of Lehecka going to mean anything, or is Krueger just still going to take the match? Although I have to say that, like, even if Mitch wins from now, like, the outlook on this match is gonna be a bit different, because of course it's tricky. Like, anytime you have an opponent that is a bit higher ranked than you, I mean, much higher ranked than you, has more potential simply, and they're not really playing at their best. Of course, there's still things you can praise about the performance of the underdog in that case, but yeah, losing that third set from 3 games to love to 4-6, and the fact that when Mitch had his chances in the last few games, he was like either very tentative or just couldn't really accelerate without making an error. Yeah, it will make that outlook on his performance, I think, slightly less optimistic in general. If he wins, of course, that is. And Kazo is in with a similarly quick service game. I think the scoreboard is just wrong here. Yeah, 4-3 Kazo. After the change of ends, Nakashima is going to serve high. How about we switch to Monfils practice court? I don't think I have that stream, Krent Boogie, but that makes sense. Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure that level from Dimitrov is giving first slam final against Rinki Hijikata. Yeah, sure. I mean, I would welcome it. Which section is Grigor even in? For some reason, I just kind of ignored him, and I don't remember where he is in the draw. But Grigor is... Let me check, actually. Of course, I know he has a pretty good draw in the first few rounds. Is he in the Djokovic/Rublev quarter? I think that's that section, right? Yeah, and it's not that easy for him, I think. Essentially because, yeah, Novak, then let's say Zverev, and then Sinner or Alcaraz. I mean, how does he beat all of that? Actually, very close to wrapping up the third set. Grigspor might bagel, but might not bagel as well against Baez. And yeah, Grigor is the first player into the third round on the men's side. And yes, he is in that Rublev section. So next up, he would play Grigspor or Baez. That is gettable. Not good. That is definitely gettable, I think. After that, he would play Rublev, Rinderknech, Krueger, Lehecka. I mean, again, that's gettable. But, by that point, we reach the quarterfinals. And that's when the questions emerge. Can he actually take down Novak? Can he take down Zverev? Can he take down Sinner? Can he take down Alcaraz? And the question is, one of them, maybe. I mean, the answer is one of them, maybe, but two of them back to back, maybe even three of them back to back. Anyway, Nakashima serving at 3-4. As I mentioned earlier, we are going to finish off this set between the American and the Frenchman, and then we will move on to the Krueger Lehecka fourth set. As I think the heat rule is already over there. I mean, the break caused by the heat rule is already over there, so they should be back on court relatively soon. In fact, I know that they are already playing. So far, not many rallies in this Nakashima Kazuo opener, at least since when we turned them on. Turned this match on. Brandon a little bit better here when it comes to shot tolerance in this rally. It's Kazuo who cracks first. Definitely hits a slightly heavier ball, Nakashima. So Kazuo has to be more proactive with his timing, or try to play further inside the baseline probably. But yeah, that's just too good from Brandon again. So it's 4 games all. So far, since we turned this on, I don't think we've seen like a single longer game even really. Let me actually check the stats from that match. I'm interested to know if earlier there was any action. Well, no breakpoints so far. Kazuo lost 4 points on serve in 4 games. Nakashima lost 2 points on serve in 4 games. So yeah, the answer is no. We did not have any action. But maybe it's coming, or maybe we're just gonna be able to follow this until the tiebreak. And then return to Krueger Lehecka. I mostly switched. I mean, obviously there was that heat rule, so I had to find something during the 10 minutes that it was going to be on. But also I kind of switched from Krueger Lehecka already because I was getting bored with it, to be honest. Like, it's just not been a good match, to be honest. Let's just be clear about this, right? Iji lost 11 games in a row and was looking like he might just fall apart physically, like completely in a second. But then after that, he is obviously suddenly finds the ability to grind out points again. And Mitch is then flopping a little bit, and it's just a big mess from that point onwards. So that's not been too entertaining, let's say. Krejcikov will now lose everything for 6 months. Very possible. The Molchan curse, yeah. I think, Nurlan, that Mr. Silk gave me this opportunity today to make the plans for myself, because he literally said so. He literally said that I can leave anytime I want. If I run out of steam or if I have to go, I can leave anytime I want today on the stream. So I'm not risking anything by saying that that's the plan, because today I am the one who decides, at least for this stream. For the next one, which is going to be at 1 a.m. my time, but at 7 p.m. Local time, Goff Maria and stuff, that's going to be different. But now we have 2 breakpoints for Brandon Nakashima. It's a short slice return, and the placement on that forehand approach from Kazuo could have been a bit more precise. Brandon only has to make like a couple of steps, finds the angle easily, to be honest, and he has 2 breakpoints. First player to get to that scenario in this match so far. Let's see if he can capitalize. Kazuo, of course, can be a huge server. He could use some ace potential here, but it doesn't look like he will get it. Nakashima trying to attack. He's gonna slice approach. It's a little risky. It's a little optimistic. It's a little brave. And Kazov finds the nice short angle on the backhand pass. I think Nakashima was sort of forced into this play as well. The return that he played was like right on the baseline. Both players weren't really sure if it was gonna land in. And then after that, it just ended up being a bit of an uncomfortable situation for both guys, to be honest. But yeah, one more breakpoint for Nakashima, and this time the serve of Kazo comes in clutch. Something else that is very much of interest to me right now is Marin Cilic playing his first challenger match since 2012 in Mallorca, Manacor, the Rafa Nadal Academy. That's the venue. And he is currently up a break in the first set on Albert Barroso Campos. Marin hasn't played on the Challenger Tour since 2012 when he showed up in Dallas as a player ranked like 24 or something like that. And in 2007 was when he last won a Challenger Tour event. In fact, that was the only year when he was winning Challengers. A deuce. Kazo misses this +1 forehand into the net. And there's going to be one more breakpoint for Nakashima. No excuses here. Had basically a half-open court with how good the serve was again. And Nakashima will get this done. It's a nice second serve return directed at Kazo's feet, taking time away and leading him to convert the first breakpoint of the match. I mean, the first converted breakpoint of the match, really, the first break. And Nakashima, after the changeover, is going to serve at 5-4 to take that first set. Krueger only won the first game. That must have been pretty long. So yeah, I think we'll just wait to see if Nakashima serves out, and then we'll switch to Krueger Lehecka. To be honest with you, I don't know if I will not go like, well, if there's a fifth set, I might have to go, honestly, just even earlier than Krueger Lehecka. And I have to catch at least some of that Cilic match in Manacor, and it's not easy to do it from this position, talking and following a few US Open matches at one time. Anyway, Echeverry serving for the third set against Cerundolo in that Argentinian battle that we already agreed that it must go 5. Otherwise, the universe isn't right. Otherwise, we have to do something about it. Climate change and stuff. Qin Zheng, of course, was struggling a little bit in her opening round against Amanda Anisimova. Erika Andreeva seems like a slightly more manageable matchup, that's for sure. Then again, she won't fall apart physically like Amanda did, probably. Anyway, Brandon Nakashima about to serve out, and if he does, we're just gonna move over to Krueger Lehecka again and see what sort of a mess that match has become in the fourth set. As especially after the first, wild things happening there. The first set was quite all right, but after that, well, Nakashima was the player who was like losing only 2 points on serve so far in this set, I think. Yeah, I think 2 points in 4 games. So Kazo needs to step it up like drastically on return if he wants to fight for the break here. There's really not much time anymore for Brandon to potentially react. I mean, sorry, for Arthur to potentially react. He plays a drop shot. It's not quite good enough, though. the game of Kazo, and I've said it before, but like the game of Kazo post Australian Open has become a little lightweight. Like he's just not he's not taking over points in the same way as before. Like he's not as free in his attacking tennis. There's no that much like in terms of the dynamic forehand that he just sometimes completely turned points around with. And right now it's just kind of like, yeah, he cannot end points like this. Then he plays that drop shot because he has no idea how to actually progress. And it's a bit of a mess. But yeah, of course, for now, the bigger problem for him is that he cannot really touch the Nakashima serve. And Brandon is going to have 3 set points. Still only has lost 2 points on serve in the entire opener. So and that's going to be a 6-4 set for Nakashima. Kazo trying to take this backhand early, but the redirect is just going to miss. It's not easy. It's not been easy for Kazo to play on return so far, and that's mostly what we're seeing. That pressure eventually made him have that one slightly weaker game, and there was no chance to really respond to that. So yeah, if that one is supposed to go 5, something will have to change about the way that Kazo is approaching this one, but also, yeah, just about his ability to hang with Brandon on return. Krueger about to get a 2-1 lead, maybe? Yes, he is, because Lehecka is going to land this forehand return into the net. So 2-1 Krueger in the 4th set. We are going to have a changeover here as well. Nurlan Cup, we definitely have to produce something like that. Yeah, it's not a problem with Gokarp not being invited. Definitely not. I'm the ringer. Okay. Rublev and Rinderknech warming up. If I was to pick one to date, who would I choose? Nurlan always comes up with the best questions. And unfortunately, I will not respond because I have no idea who Katie Hopkins is. And well, that's a non-answer from me. Anyway, let's look at some of the results. Shevchenko Tiafoe also starting on Ash now. Miller and Zverev still on serve. As Ghosty says, Rublev Rinderknech about to play. Krueger Lehecka, of course, we're going to be following. Echeverry took the 3rd set, so he's 2-1 up on Cerundolo. And Hrikspor took the 1st set against Baez 6-1. That's all the singles action for now. A lot of the doubles matches have already gone. Dodik Pavlashek about to close out the 1st set. That's kind of the story that I'm mostly interested in. Fils, Pecci, Pericard, I mentioned them earlier, but they are, of course, playing one of the best pairings in the world, if not the best right now. So I think Arevalo and Pavic are very close to Granollers Zeballos in the ATP race. So the points for 2024, you can definitely make the argument that they're the best in the world at the moment. So not an easy one for the two Frenchmen who both won the ATP 250 in Lyon over the last 2 years. Well, Jiří Lehecka starting with a double fault at 1-2 down. You know, he's not super desperate yet here, I think, but he might get a bit desperate if he loses this game and if Krueger consolidates. Of course, in the 3rd set, he was already lost 3 down. There's more aces coming from Lehecka, though. That's the one thing that isn't really leaving him today. And when it did, he lost the 2nd set 6-love. And that makes sense as well, right? I mean, that's kind of how this match is looking for Lehecka. Like, if the aces are gone, then he has nothing to lean on anymore. And, well, that's another ace. So at least he has that. At least he has that serving quality so far. Well, I guess quality is also a little subjective in that sense because, well, he is not putting a lot of these first serves in play, but he's clearly just trying to hunt these aces and get as many of them as possible. Someone who is a lot more fun to watch, I have to tell you, Marin Cilic. Ever since I turned on that match against Barroso Campos, he's kind of, well, I wouldn't say peaking, but certainly the how clean his technique is. It's really fun anytime we get him back on the court, regardless if he's close to his best or not. But maybe there's still hope. That is a missile from Krueger on the forehand return. I mean, if he was able to land this in pressure spots, that would be amazing. But we saw that when he had these opportunities, he was a bit tentative about it. Cilic missing a smash, or actually more realistically, I can say that he just didn't get to the ball that Barroso Campos got over him. It's another double fault for Lehecka. Someone just texted a group chat I'm on with the words, "Why is Lehecka playing like a clown?" I'll leave you guys with that info. The answer is not clear to us, even though we've been watching this match from start to finish. But yeah, it just doesn't seem like he's feeling too good today. At least he's fighting in the third set. $11 double faults for Lehecka now. And this will be a breakpoint for Mitchell Krueger as he finds another double. I mean, finds is maybe not the right word, but basically Lehecka commits another double fault. That's 2 in a row. But it's not going to be 3 in a row. Can he win the point, though? No, that is just insane. Krueger is going to let the ball fly onto the baseline. He was sure this Lehecka forehand was going to be out, and it's not. In such a big spot as well. Break point to go 3-1 up in the fourth. We are seeing these nerves that, we were expecting from Mitch very clearly, and I don't know if he's going to be able to capitalize. Then again, like Lehecka winning this match, it's still so far, right? Like he still needs to come up with so many games from here. Let's imagine he wins this one now, and he probably will after Krueger misses the backhand line, but yeah, he still needs 10 games from here. Of course, he might lose a lot of them in the meantime. That's how the tennis scoreboard works, but still needs to do so much from here. But this was the opportunity for Krueger, and he's just unable to take it. When he has a shot, the decision making goes away a little bit. And yeah, letting that ball fall onto the baseline, of course, that's a very brutal way to lose the point in any scenario. But when it's a break point to go 3-1 up in the fourth for the biggest win of your career, at least he's been winning his service games so far. But let's see. I mean, this one starts with a double fault. Wow. So Katie Hopkins is apparently some sort of far-right political commentator from England. How does Nurlan know her? That's kind of the most surprising thing about this to me. How does Nurlan know a person like this? What exactly is Nurlan's deal politically? I don't know if I want to know, I might not. Maybe Nurlan is just a person who's like best when you don't know that much about him, like when there's that aura of mystery, you know. Maybe once that goes away, he's actually not that fun anymore. No, I mean, definitely not. But I think I like having that sort of, yeah, who the hell is Nurlan, and not having the full set of info on his occupation, family, where he lives, and pretty much anything. Sending us Ebola bombs in the form of sweaty Glaswegians. That is some strong words. I do not know exactly what the person in question could have meant with that, or what was she referring to, really. But these are some strong words. It's a good allegory, yeah. Anyway, 1530, as there's another missile forehand from Mitch. But now he's missing this regulation back, and then, yeah, it's just all very... You can see that right now, the person that is kind of directing Mitchell Krueger's match anymore, it's not necessarily him anymore. It's, you know, a lot of that right now is just the nerves as well. But he's gonna save the first break point. Nice crouch forehand there. Really need to get so low with the knees there to potentially get this shot back still. Can he also save the second breakpoint? The serve is okay, but Lehecka is going to find a nice angle for a winner. So it's actually now the Czech who's going to be up a break in the fourth set. This match is, well, it's not great quality-wise. Drama, maybe. I mean, it's kind of dramatic. I really do wonder, you know, there's a lot of questions right now in my head. One of them is like, what would happen if Lehecka actually wins the match? Like, does he still have some hope for the rest of the event, or is he just finished anyway? Sort of. Yeah, I really have no clue. Because how he's been playing today, how low on energy he's been in many occasions, like, yeah. Then again, he's very much in this one now. 3-2 up in the fourth with a break. Zverev is gonna serve for the opener. TF4 already up an early break over Ghosty's favorite Alexander Shevchenko. Kinven and Andreeva still on serve. We've got Nakashima already up a set and a break on Kazo. That 5-setter might not happen in the end. And Talon Grigspor seems to be handling Sebastian Baez pretty confidently so far. I feel like that Dolheid Kravchik result has been on this screen for a while now, but they still haven't removed it from like the live matches. Anyway, let's just move on here. Of course, when I have the score, sort of the tab with the scores like this, you don't actually see the result for Krueger Lehecka, which might not be ideal, but well. I think that's what we're going to stick to anyway right now. So fair to say you would pick Kardashian? I mean, I don't know the other person. I mean, I know the quotes that Ghosty just brought up, but it's really not enough for me to say. I haven't even seen her. But Ghosty is telling me to go for Kim, so I might...
What are you talking about?
Nuran was asking me if I wanted to date Katie Hopkins or Kim Kardashian.
Kim Kardashian or who? Katie who?
Katie Hopkins. I don't know who that is, but
Is that the ex-wife of Tom Cruise, maybe?
no, that's Katie Holmes. I would date Katie Holmes like 15, 20 years ago.
Damien, you would have been 8. You would have been 8.
I mean,
so I'm not
she
sure.
is back 15, 20 years, and I'm myself right now, you know? And also Katie Hopkins, Ghosty said, is like an English media personality, far-right political commentator.
Oh, I do know who she is. What a... well, yeah. You'll have to look her up. That's for sure. Why Nerland knows who Katie Hopkins is, I have no idea.
Yeah, that was also my question. How is it possible?
What is he doing in his spare time? I mean, I'll tell you what he's not doing in his spare time: watching tennis. Given his tennis views, he clearly doesn't know much about the sport. In fantasy football, when you can sort of buy these players at the beginning of the season, and then your whole season depends on how well these individuals perform. You can either do it yourself if you have knowledge and you go, yep, I'll buy X player because he's the best defender for 20 million euros or whatever. Or you can do it randomly. You can just get a computer to just go brrr, and it'll just randomly pick your team for you among the 50 million or 100 million euro budget. I get the impression that when Nerland is making tennis predictions, he just puts the data into a machine and it just randomly comes out. Casper Ruud, number 10. Alexander Zverev, number 1.
Kinven to win the women's and Zverev to win the men's. Yeah.
Okay, he's got Kinwen to win the women's. I didn't even know that. But,
yeah. How is Porto treating you?
Not great. I've been here an hour because I had a 6-hour delay on the flight, which basically meant that I couldn't. I'm just about to order a beer. Just a second. Uma cerveja, super pop, grande. 6-hour delay on the flight. It was supposed to be 10 a.m. and it ended up being 4 p.m. And basically I saw no tennis because I texted Gaspar to say, hi, I think I'm just going to make the last singles match. And he said, no, you're not, because somebody's pulled out.
Somebody. I mean, Maga?
No, not Maga. Yeah, exactly, Maga. Yeah. I've got to find my cell phone. Okay. Yeah, so Maga pulled out. That was the only match left. I think Duncan, one of the doubles players, I think he was on the way out, if you like. João, by the way, in the chat, João Silva in the chat, not João Souza or João Fonseca, are you in Porto, João? And have you been this week? Qinwen Zheng was down a break to Andreeva, by the way, wasn't she?
Maybe. I honestly got lost.
What is happening with your semi-finalist Lehecka, by the way?
I mean, now he's up a break in the 4th set, but of course, if he wins today, I'm not really going to be like very aggressively claiming that prediction is about to happen. And
João, are you heading back to the club this week? Ghosty's just learned about Katie Hopkins. But he's obviously he's been struggling. Was there a heat issue or physical issue?
I mean, we don't really know. It looks like something heat-ish, physical-ish. Definitely not like injury per se. But Mitch just couldn't take advantage when he had the chance to, and now somehow Lehecka might actually pull this off. There was also a break point for Krueger at 3-4 4-3 in the 3rd set.
Okay. I text Eddie at about 1:30 a.m. New York time, so sometime this morning in Europe. And I said, Eddie, I don't know if you're in bed already or you're asleep already. And he texts me back saying no, but he's about to. So I was like, okay. To be honest with you, I was just hoping to get a word from you on Dan Evans, a word even, just a voice note, a video, anything. And he said, well, when I said I'm about to, I'm actually in a New York bar. So that was 1:30 this morning. And the reason I'm thinking of him right now is because I'm watching Shevchenko against Tiafoe. So I was wondering if he might be joined by Shevchenko later on this evening, bearing in mind Shevchenko is 3-love down. Do I know Spanish as well as Damien does English? No, I don't, Nolan. And not only that, Nolan, I was speaking Portuguese. Nakashima grew up loving sampas. Okay.
All right, so Krueger just hit like one of the more ridiculous drop shots I've ever seen. I'm not surprised Lehecka had no idea that this was even going to be a drop shot, but yeah, at this stage, of course, with EG serving for the 5-3 lead, 40-15. I really don't know what this would mean for the rest of the event for him. I think this is a match that Krueger obviously had on his, like he had him on the ropes. He just didn't take the final punch. Lehecka was on the ground and he's like, nah, I'm not gonna kick him. And now he's paying the price. Very well might go 5 soon. I just don't know what to think about Lehecka after this match, going forward if he wins it.
Yeah. I mean, you might as well go out. Oh, Baez Baez retired, did he?
Oh, really?
Mm.
Last time I checked, he was like 1-6-0 down. So.
And that's exactly at the moment he retired.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could have been that the scoreboard was stuck on that screen for a while because he retired and just hadn't registered yet. Cerundo up a break in the 4th as well. That one looks like it's going 5 indeed. Zverev took the first set. And Rinderknech up an early break, but it's nothing, of course, to talk about really yet. In a best of 5 match.
Qinwen Zheng and Erika Andreeva in a first set tie break.
A bit of a desperate match for Nurlan.
Yeah, right.
He needs that Qinwen win.
Yeah, he does. Or the machine that he uses to make predictions needs it. Tiafoe 3-1 on Shevchenko. Looking at that right now.
Well, and of course, a love 15 down in a game like this when he doesn't really have a chance to win anymore or anything. He's just blasting the backhand down the line and, yeah, feeling super confident now that he's loose. And, well, it's simple facts of psychology, I guess.
Wasn't Taylor Townsend on the verge of winning the first set? She was certainly up a break quite deep into it.
Second set.
Second, yeah.
Yeah, she went 5-3 up. She actually did it with some beautiful shots. I mean, anytime Badosa would play something at the middle of the court, she was instantly punished. And of course, Taylor has that like no rhythm style. She's never gonna give you the same points twice in a row, really. But yeah, then she could have done so much better in the 5-3 game. Or 5-4, whenever she was serving for it.
7-4, yeah.
5-4. I guess 5-4 is when she was serving for it. But yeah, she was also 5-3 up.
I saw Nurlan asked you your opinions on Eva Raducanu earlier. I don't know if you addressed that question.
I did, yeah. I always address the Nurlan questions.
I wish he addressed some of mine.
Huh?
He blocked me recently.
Ah,
Did
yeah,
you
I
know
think
that?
he's blocked you because he was unresponsive to whatever you were saying there.
Yeah, I don't know why he blocked me. I'd love to know why. But yeah.
I can name a few reasons for why someone would block you, but I cannot get into the mind of Nurlan. It's impossible. So
I don't know which football team he supports, by the way. I know he's got this Gokalp thing going on. He's like, "Where's Gokalp? When's Gokalp going to be on?"
yeah, he loves Gokar
Yeah, but you know why, don't you?
because he's Turkish.
He's Turkish. Yeah, I could have, yeah, I could have Zeynep Sonmez on here, and he'd say, "When are you going to get her on again?" You know?
Yeah, Turkey. Yeah,
Some Galatasaray legend or Fenerbahce legend too. Ooh, yeah, Krueger 3015. Okay.
Hakan Şükür could be doable
Hakan Şükür, yeah, that's the probably biggest Turkish
because
legend.
he's out of the country, right? Because
He's in the US, yeah. He's been
yeah.
ostracized by a certain political figure in Turkey. Yeah.
They literally cannot mention his name on like sports broadcasts and stuff.
Okay.
I've heard of a case when a commentator was let go because he only said that that goal that Şükür scored against South Korea in the bronze, I mean the match for the third place, that was the fastest goal in the history of the World Cup. And basically, someone in Turkey, a Turkish commentator, mentioned that on the broadcast, and for that he was let go.
Yeah, you know that the president of Turkey was the best man at his wedding as well. So they were buddies 20 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, so Hakan Şükür got married 20 odd years ago. Orhan was his best
That I
man.
didn't know.
Mesut Özil, his best man was Orhan as well. So he seems to be quite en vogue if you're of Turkish origin or have a Turkish background, as Mesut Özil does, to have Erdogan as your best man.
Yeah, but surely it gotta be pretty important, right? Like if Nurlan asks Erdogan tomorrow to be a best man at his wedding, does he come?
I don't know how significant Nurlan is. Can he just say, "Look, I'm the co-founder of Talking Tennis," and they do no background checks, and they go, "Okay," or they do some background checks and they find out that A, Nurlan is a fraud, and B, Talking Tennis doesn't even have 10,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Well, it soon will. So
wait, will do, but will it be before the end of the US Open? 200 to go.
It's looking somewhat likely. That's for sure.
I don't know. I really think it's 50-50.
Okay.
Because it's like 10 days now. So we'll see. What we need is if there were 10 Emma Raducanus in the draw and they all went out on separate days, that would be amazing. That would certainly help.
That's Nurlan's dream.
I know he's got his own. Yes, I know. Of course, that's how I kind of know him. I get notifications from people commenting on YouTube videos, and today it's just been like one every 5 minutes on the Raducanu loss. Both extremes, of course. But yes, I know Gokup's YouTube channel. Well, oh, Tomjanovic out. What else have we got to come? Vekic against Minen. Okay. I remember seeing those two play an epic in S. Hoggen Tockenbosch earlier this year. Tiafoe having to save another break point in this match against Shevchenko. I hope my background music isn't too loud.
It is pretty loud.
Okay.
And that's Lehecka, by the way. That's Lehecka
he's got it done.
With a second set, yeah, he's gonna play the decider against Krueger. I don't know how. but the few moments where Mitch could have taken this, where he could have steered it a bit more into his grasp, he just failed. So, well, one more set of this. Somehow Lehecka must fight for this. Wow.
What I'll do is I'll just put myself on mute when I'm not talking.
Yeah, I think that's probably good.
Super Dave says, I listened to a very angry British broadcaster talking about Emma. It was a bit much. He was so mad at her results lately. Podcaster. Oh, I hope it wasn't me, Dave. I just don't know who it might be.
Yeah, me neither. 15 unforced errors for Krueger in this set, 6 for Lehecka. And EG is going to go take a break, it seems. A lot of the British media people seem to be quite they just go hard at Raducanu and whenever she loses, really. And it's treatment that I don't think other players really get.
No, it is. It's partly a British trait to start sort of big. At least it's a cliche about the British media to big up, our successes and get carried away, as you well know in terms of the soccer and perhaps some tennis players too. But also, as soon as there's an opportunity to knock them down, that is taken full advantage of. The other side of it, and probably the more significant one with Emma, is it's just it gets traction. I can see it myself. Listen, Andre and Miles were talking for 7 minutes about her last night. They also spoke about a million other players for 7 minutes. But when they start talking about Emma Raducanu for 7 minutes, I know at the end of the video, I'm going to clip this 7 minutes and release it as a separate video because I know people will have an opinion on it. And that will probably always be the case with Emma until the day she retires, no matter what she does from here on in. Keen here says, Damien, do you know anything about the young Portuguese guy who caused a crazy upset in the Port of Dolstone? I don't know who that is, Keen. I wish I did. I wish I was actually at the tournament today, but there we go. A question for you, Damien, about a young Portuguese guy.
Do you think I know? I mean, do you think I checked the results for doubles today?
No, I do know that Duncan lost his doubles anyway, or was losing heavily, and I'm pretty sure he ended up losing.
Let me see who that Portuguese guy was. But I mean, if Kin doesn't know him, I probably also don't. Okay, so what's the crazy upset? Keen, I'm looking at the results and I don't know what the crazy upset is. So I guess you're talking about that Cruz guy winning with Rocha, but I mean it's Dominguez and Ferreira Silva. How can that be a crazy upset?
Oh, Nerlan, Qin Wencheng. It's funny. I have no vested interest in Qin Wencheng either way, but now I know that Nerlan has ticked her to win the title. It's almost going to be very funny if she loses in the second round. What I can say about the doubles is that Scott Duncan alongside Davis did lose their doubles match against a Polish guy. Well, it was obviously two players, but one of which was Polish, called Matuszewski. You know who that is?
Yeah, he was in Porto as well. He lost in the semis. He was the guy who retired, you remember?
Oh, okay. Yeah, how am I doing with the pronunciation?
Matuszewski.
It's more of a chef than a suck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, Nerland's making his Qin Wencheng excuses.
Yeah, I might have to come up with a lot of excuses if Iży Lehecka loses this match as well. After all, he was my semi-finalist. But
Shevchenko broke back, by the way. He had a load of breakpoint opportunities in the previous Tiafoe service game, although now he's under pressure, love 30, after Tiafoe kills one of his returns.
If Lehecka loses today, I will just remind you guys one thing. I also had Paula Badosa in the semifinals, and that is looking better.
Yeah, but that's kind of draw related because I have Naomi Osaka emerging from that section and getting to the semis. And it's kind of the fact that Osaka's sort of third and fourth round are very winnable. The main problem with Naomi was getting through Ostapenko and to
I've got Osaka in the semis as well.
You got Osaka and you can't have Osaka and Badosa in the semis, surely.
I can, right? Why not?
No, I thought that you mean quarters. Do you mean quarters?
Aren't they in different halves?
I thought Osaka and Badosa are due to meet in the quarters.
No, I mean Osaka played yesterday. Badosa plays today.
Oh,
they're in different halves.
Yeah, of course. I've got the sections wrong. Anyway, I've got Osaka in my semis.
I've got both of them.
Wow, I'm surprised that there's somebody else on this planet that has Naomi Osaka in their semis.
Someone earlier was asking if we're joining his train. Was it Matthew, maybe? If we're joining his train of Naomi winning the title.
Yeah, not joining that train. But I got on the train before the train even fired up its engines for her to get to the semi-finals. So, yeah.
I think beating Sabalenka is pretty tough, but yeah, let's see if Arena gets to the final.
Yeah. What I will say is that actually I think pretty much anyone who made public their prediction for the women's side, just everyone went Sabalenka. And of course that changed in about the space of 10 days, basically the Cincinnati tournament, because that just changed everything.
Yeah, I mean, before Cincy, she would have been a popular pick anyway.
She might have been a mark, if you'd have done a broad spectrum of 100 people, and she might have been got 27 votes to win the title. But suddenly it went from 27 votes to like 80.
Just not unanimous in the way that she is now, yeah. Well, Krueger looks like he might take the first game, so still have a fight here. I honestly don't know if I even enjoyed this match. Like, it's not been good. But, well, it's a story anyway. It's either the biggest win of Mitch's career or it's a very unexpected loss for Lehecka. So,
Keen, it's not the same venue. It's a different venue. But I didn't even go today, Keen, because I had a severely delayed flight. And I basically landed and said, I'm going to catch that last match. And the media guy said, oh, it's been cancelled. So, but I do know it's in a different location. In fact, it's much closer to our apartment, Damien. In fact, it's one of the places that we looked at trying to play.
Oh, really? That was the one that only wanted members or something like that?
I think so. The one that was like a 20-minute walk from our apartment, I think.
Yeah, that's the one that it was members only on the app, and then they weren't answering the phone, right?
Yeah. Philip from Manila, or no, someone is asking me. Luki is asking if I'm in McDonald's. No, I'm in a sports bar, and and I keep looking up at the big screen, and I've never been in a McDonald's where they have tennis on a big screen. And it is Superbot Keen, one of the best beers I've ever had, says Keen. Nice.
So what do they have? What do they have on the big screen in the sports bar?
Well, I had to ask for the tennis, which is, a sports bar, I think, during a major, probably, given the fact that there's 20 screens in here, probably, they should probably have at least the tennis on one of them. Bearing in mind, it's also like pre-kickoff for a lot of soccer matches. I can see one in England about to start the Carabao Cup. But yeah, so your question was, what's on the screens? They've got Carabao Cup, they've got some crazy kind of surfboarding thing going on. They've got Valencia against somebody.
No, I was mostly asking about the tennis. What's on the screen? In the
Tiafoe Shevchenko.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I stopped you before I let you go talk about all the 20 screens.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Two things. Nerland. Chances. What is this? Nerland, if you were a transfer, what other chances you find it? Okay. Keen, can you recommend a player to interview? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Definitely. You can always recommend. I mean, I might just ignore it, but I probably won't. By the way, Keen, though, said he wanted to hear from Squire at the last challenge that you and I went to in Porto, anyway. Not the last challenge I went to. I'm doing back-to-back, Damien, again. My double header of challenges.
Yeah, I know. But Squire, that must have been Bonn because Squire was not in Porto.
Oh, who was it? Not Squire. Yeah, Squire in Bob. There was somebody. Oh, Surly wanted me to speak to in Porto. It was Searle that he wanted me to speak to in Porto.
Searle, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not Keen's fault, but Searle ended up being...
Yeah, a little tougher. Yeah, a little tougher. It felt like he'd almost had some sort of media training to just sort of give those sort of regular answers.
Maybe he has. I'm very glad that Emma Raducanu has not had media training.
Well, you mean in terms of the fact that her answers were quite interesting after after losing? Yeah. Although you should, when you're, even if you're 21, with a good setup behind you, you should be preempting these issues. That's the, okay. There's learning from mistakes, definitely, no doubt about that. But there should be a team behind you that should be being ahead of that game. And not playing those. Listen, Naomi Osaka, if she does go on to get the semis or win the title, that'll be the example. Look at someone who was playing qualifying in Cincinnati, goes out in 3 sets, and then look at someone who was
losing in the qualifying in Cincinnati, didn't even get into the main draw.
Exactly.
No, I was talking. In fact, when you mentioned that question that I had from Nurlan earlier about Raducanu, and that's kind of precisely what I mentioned. That well, she needs to start playing events, she needs to get the reps in. I don't care if it's qualifying. She might just, if she doesn't want to play qualifying, she might just sign up for 100k ITFs or something like that. I don't really care what sort of level she's going to be playing at, but she just needs matches. And, you cannot play Washington, then skip 3 weeks, and then go to the US Open and hope.
Right. Yeah, and also you're skipping the Olympics to get ready for the US Open. I get that. You don't want to switch courts, and clay is obviously not your thing. The other thing is that she said, I think I'm going to learn from this. I haven't played many matches. Oh, who knew? Who knew that playing tennis matches, helps you pick up form? Who knew?
Honestly, she should know it because, before the US Open 2021, she's playing a lot of matches earlier that summer.
Yeah. Anyway, Raducanu tick again, for sure. I'm watching.
Yeah, just clip all the Raducanu moments.
Yeah, I know. No, I won't do this one, I'm pretty sure, but
it would be very hard to find everything. Yeah.
So Athletic Bilbao Valencia is what it is. So pretty big names from the Spanish league. I'm just wondering if this is a league game or a cup game. I'm pretty sure it's a league game, and it is live in Bilbao. You ever been to the north of Spain?
Me?
Yeah.
I haven't been to the south, north, west, or east of Spain.
You've never been to Spain?
I've never been to Spain.
I mean, there is an answer that might avoid all of those, and that's that you've been to Madrid. If you've been to never been to north, south, east, or west, but you had been to Madrid, that would be possible.
I could have been in the some of the islands.
Oh, one of the islands. Yeah, for sure. Nerland's asking a question about us potentially boxing.
I don't feel too good at boxing in general.
Me neither.
Is John a bit better? It seems like it.
No. It would be the most pathetic event of all time. It would be more pathetic than. Can you think of a really pathetic tennis match? Zverev team, US Open final.
Nah, I mean that's nerves.
I know.
Golf Kostyuk, 2024 Australia.
Yeah, definitely. I put that pretty much at the top of my list, but some people were going, "Oh, John, you've been harsh on this match." But yeah, I thought that was horrible. Nerland, by the way, seems to change his favorite player every week, but there are two that he's pretty consistent on. One is Emma, and the other one is Volinets.
Yeah, I think Volinets is kind of just the stable player in his heart. The others, they kind of come and go.
He switches. But... I mean, 1 minute he's the other week I asked him, "Oh, are you suddenly an Iga fan?" He said, "I support all the young players," and I was like, "Okay." But then there was a few days later he was supporting an older player, so I don't know. Donald Young Monfils, Cincinnati 2009. Quen is coming up with a terrible example of that.
Donald Young, Stefan Kozlov, Indian Wells. There's a famous tiebreak that they played in like 2017 maybe, and it's wow. I mean, the breaker is just incredibly bad. Donald Young, Stefan Kozlov, and if anyone has seen these guys play, like you can imagine that as well. The off-pace style of Kozlov, kind of similar for Young. Yeah, it was a very rough experience. Lehecka is having another very rough experience here, as at 15-all, he has just double faulted twice in a row. I mean, Mitch wasn't able to take this match himself. Maybe he can just be handed that victory. Who knows? Yeah, and it's more spraying from the American on the forehand. Just one more break point now. I honestly cannot believe that I've watched almost the entire 3-hour, 20-minute match like this. But yeah, it's not been a great affair, but it is a story. Second break point for Krueger. And that's actually a great return. But Lehecka is going to find the drop shot. Like, he hasn't played a shot like this from this position the entire match. And now he comes up with a perfect dropper.
Rublev down a break to Rinderknech. My goodness me. None of the 10 in my ATP power rankings went out in the first round. One of Nick's did, Daniel Collins.
Oh, yeah.
Dave, this is great. What are your thoughts on Isner Mahut 2010 Wimbledon?
I mean, I wasn't really a tennis fan at the time, so.
But can you would you enjoy that? Would you?
I watched it actually. I watched it. I made a Twitter thread out of this during the pandemic, because during the pandemic Wimbledon started. Basically Wimbledon started putting classic matches, right?
You probably watched the whole match during the pandemic, and then the pandemic was over.
Kinda, yeah. I mean, Wimbledon started putting in classic matches on their YouTube, and I basically did this challenge where I would literally sit down and watch the entirety of Isner Mahut, 11 hours in a row. And I did. Do I remember much from it? Honestly, I would have to go back to that thread, but it was as you would expect. Was
there a love 40? Was there a love 40 in there? There must have been a love 40 somewhere.
I mean, I don't know.
Like, so because this is what was the final score? What was the final score?
70-68 in the fifth.
70-68. So, was there a game at 48-all when it was love 40 on someone's serves?
I don't think so. I think for the most part it was going pretty smoothly for them. It was a wild match. It certainly was, historical when it was happening. I can imagine enjoying that at the time. When I was watching it in its entirety in 2020 or whatever it was, probably 2020, I just liked the challenge. It was a fun challenge. Just sit, watch this match 11 hours in a row, make some Twitter content out of it. Yeah, and in a way, I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I can't believe they managed to persuade the two players to have a picture afterwards, because losing must have been pretty crushing.
Yeah, so apparently Mahut had 2 breakpoints at 50-all.
Okay. And there weren't many other breakpoints in the whole
No, that's kind of it.
Wow. If there's only 2 breakpoints all the way as well, that's even more remarkable.
I mean, in the entire match, Isner was 2 out of 14 on breakpoints. The entire match, so all 5 sets. And Mahut was 1 out of 3.
That's nuts. And of course, that's the match that pretty much heralded the end of ongoing 5th sets. Wimbledon now, do they still go to 12, or do they go to a deciding set tiebreak?
It's been unified. It's unified now at every slam.
Across the 4 slams, yeah. I wonder how Djokovic and Federer might have been different if they had gone on. Probably not much different, but who knows? I mean, yeah, if they'd done either of the other two, i.e. a fifth set tiebreak, or just kept going, who knows?
Apparently it's 30-all on the Krueger serve now, but I'm struggling to turn on my stream for whatever reason. But well, 40-30. I'm also watching Cilic on my phone, and the second set has gotten a bit more tricky for Marin.
Oh, with the Rafa Nadal Academy Challenger.
Yep. Why was it that you went to Porto eventually?
Well, that was my preferred challenger, to be honest with you. But they just weren't responding to emails, and eventually they did. Obrigado. Eventually they did, but it was kind of too late. It already then committed to Porto, and then also it was just a lot easier to get to Seville from Porto than it is from Mallorca, with luggage as well, you know. So, and it would be cheaper to come to Porto too. So. Don't get me wrong, the Nadal one, if that had got back to me in good time and I'd said, yep, sure, accreditation, no problem, I'd have been delighted to be there because there's all sorts of reasons. I mean, the Cilic thing, when I saw that, I was like, you're kidding me. And then, of course, you know, seeing Nadal practice today as well, I'm thinking, yeah. But it would have been a bit trickier to get accommodation and blah, 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 blah. But it's the more appealing challenge of the two, that's for sure.
I think it is, yeah.
Could be a crucial stage here between Shevchenko and Tiafoe because it's on serve 4-5, but Shevchenko is love 30 down on his serve.
Oh, he's already making this one a match. Cerundolo Echeverri indeed went 5. I think everyone was pretty much in agreement that this must be the case in that one. And Nakashima up to Setsun Kazo. I mean, when I was watching that, the first set of that was just pretty brutal on return for the Frenchman. So,
Keen asking how much a pint is. Depends. I'm in a pretty sort of fashionable sports bar, so I'm sure I'll be paying upwards of €4 or €5. But I'm sure there's plenty of bars around here where you can get one for a bit less. 3 set points. Tiafoe love 40 on the Shevchenko serve.
the brilliancy that Lehecka has been, we still are on serve in the 5th set. I don't know how I'm going to tell my kids about this match.
An error from from Shevchenko brings up 6-4 first set, Francis, to the warm applause of David Witt. David Witt, by the way, is someone that I, watching various times over the last couple of years, is never very animated. You know, you see a lot of these coaches get very excited, some less so, but he always, I imagine if Pegula, under his watch, ever did go on to win a slam, I don't imagine him getting too excited over that either. All part of the coaching merry-go-round, of course. He's gone via Maria Sakkari into the box of Francis Tiafoe. Nice to see Masu in the box of Team the other day, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Quite an important coach for his career. If Bresnik was traveling, he probably would have been there too.
Bresnik was pre-Masu?
Oh, I mean, Bresnik was like the person who shaped Team into a tennis player.
So, yeah, I was going to, because when you said a pretty important coach, it's interesting the way you say that, is because Masu was obviously his coach when he won the US Open, but you think Bresnik was the bigger influence?
I mean, Masu just came in and, had a pretty finished product already, right? I'm not saying there's something wrong about it, but...
By the way, Keen, yes, a good question. When I saw the nationality of Matuszewski's doubles partner, that did at least spring to mind.
So Kerman, I did watch in Poland as well, just a couple of weeks ago. Did he win? No, I think he lost in the final there with Ingildsen. Although I don't know what his political convictions are, to be honest.
How did Zverev lose a set to Marta? I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
What about Carlos Alcaraz dropping a set last night?
I already said this on the stream, but like there are straight set matches that would be more competitive than that. So
yeah, I know what you mean. It was still fun, but yeah. Some people are a little critical over the Pegula Rogers match getting not quite prime billing, but obviously a high billing on Ash last night. And for me, it's unfortunate.
Why wouldn't it? I mean, it's Shelby's last match.
Yeah, Shelby's last match. Yeah, that's it. That's the whole reason. But otherwise, Ken and Raducanu or Andreescu, Paolini, they were the sort of, you know.
No, but it's Shelby's last match, and it's Pegula as well. Like.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I think you and I maybe disagree on Kontaveit because I think she should have got a show court for her last match at Wimbledon.
But no, I mean, you said that it should have been the show court for the first match, and then outside court for whatever next match is, right?
Yeah, sure.
And that's exactly the case, wasn't it?
No, she didn't get a show court at all.
But
no, she was on. She played like twice on 17 or once on 17. Or
okay, then I misremembered it, I guess.
Yeah, no, she didn't get a show court match at all.
I thought she got the first round on a show court, and then.
If that was the case, that would be like, that's fine.
Kontaveit, from Wimbledon's perspective, like.
I know,
number 2 in the world, but like she never had a run even.
I know. I would have asked for it if I was in any way, shape, or form influential. Just watching Tiafoe try a little drop volley there, didn't work. 40-30. People are probably looking at me thinking, oh, he's looking at several different matches here, and I am looking at different matches. But one is Wolves against Burnley, and the other one is Valencia against Athletic Bilbao. And in between, I've got Tiafoe Shevchenko. Keen, trying to learn all the capital cities of the world. I think I'm pretty good on capitals, but there's a few tricky ones. Ethiopia's one, for example.
Addis Ababa, that's easy, but there are a few I don't know.
Canada.
Ottawa.
Yeah, okay, all right. New Zealand.
Wellington.
Damien's answering these questions with all the nonchalance you would expect.
Yeah, because like these are obvious ones. I mean, I know they're like technically tricky because these aren't big cities, but
this is like
they are not obvious. You still learn about it.
This is like, okay, so out of 128 is just asking like obvious ones, like I don't know, France, US, whatever. This is like round of 64. You're just going to go, okay, I'm going to up the ante a little bit here and go with one of the sort of, Australia would be a classic one, New Zealand and Canada, where there's obviously big famous cities, but it's not them. And probably you'd throw in Brazil as well amongst them.
Yeah.
And then when you get to sort of round of 32, might be a few obscure-ish sort of European ones. You could.
Europe, there's no obscurity. Like Europe, you're
maybe not for you, but can you imagine asking someone from Paraguay,
the States? Yeah, I mean,
the capital of the capital of not Finland, but the capital of Estonia, for example.
Maybe, but from a European perspective, like
And then we could also throw in the capital of Paraguay in the round of 64, perhaps. But I'm sure there's a challenger there, so that probably is there a challenger in Asuncion?
There is a challenger in Asuncion.
Yeah,
Yes,
I thought there
Joao
was.
Fonseca was in the final this year. He lost to Gustavo Haida.
Yeah.
By the way, 2 breakpoints for Lehecka now. Krueger just dumping this forehand into the net. Well, I mean, this is where we've been heading, right, for the past hour and a half.
Ghosty here talking about Daniel Collins. Yeah. Yeah, South Africa is a tricky one on that for that reason, Keen. Yeah. Andrei Rublev in a meltdown, apparently, although he is back on serve.
But Krueger is playing pretty brave here. Breakpoints down, serving volleying, gets that one nicely. 2 breakpoints saved. Yeah, it's
Nolan will
like
be happy about Kinwen.
all the common sort of traits of tennis psychology here, with Krueger peaking when he's behind and playing with just freely, and then when he has a shot to end the match, he's just. But yeah, it is what it is. It's a brutal battle. I don't know if we're gonna reach 4 hours. Probably not. It's probably not gonna be the longest match in US Open history, and Dan Evans made sure of that. But it's certainly a brutal battle anyway.
That was nice, no? The Dan Evans win. Damien, that was nice. No, you were pleased about that, and nice bit of history for the Brit.
I was neutral. I mean, as usual, I was very neutral about it. The 5th set was fun, for sure. Both players barely standing, but still hitting. I mean, it's what the Grand Slams are all about, really. It's what the best of 5 format is all about. Making heroes out of players who are maybe not necessarily going to win the event, or maybe they aren't even going to go deep. But, well, for this one brief moment in time, they become the talk of the town.
Yeah. I just loved some of that. I mean, I didn't even know until after the event that he came back from 4-love down and 4-love 15-40. I tuned in at 4-all, going, okay, there's something going on here, and just seeing some of those rallies, especially I think even the match point rally where it's just he's just slicing and slicing and slicing, and I'm thinking, this is probably not going to work out, but it did. And there was one, I think the penultimate slice, or maybe even the one before the penultimate one, whatever that is, the tri-ultimate, I don't even know if that's a word. And that was the one where it's like, okay, that's nice. It's now put him in a bit of trouble. And then he goes for a big forehand, and now suddenly Hachinov is on the back foot. And then, he just couldn't do it. I don't know. I loved it. And I didn't even know at that stage about the 4-love to 4-all bit. But given the fact that he's obviously dropped way down the rankings, you basically called the end of his career a couple of weeks ago, saying, he's done now, he's going to retire. So I thought, that's nice. That's nice 5-set win for Dan. Evans is 5-0 against Hachinov. That's an obscure head-to-head, that's for sure.
Evans also has the famous Nishioka head-to-head. It's he's got some pretty unique records, that's for sure, that seem to hold up sort of regardless of when they play. Of course, in this very case, I mean, he was almost out of this match, so maybe it was close, but yeah. Nishioka is 6-0 against Evans, by the way.
So Nishioka's won 6, Evans has won 0.
Yeah.
I'm actually live on YouTube right now, but I'm talking about tennis. Yeah. Yeah. Just. Yeah, YouTube channel. Yeah. I'm from the UK originally, but I'm here for a tennis tournament. Yeah. But you're both from the UK, right? Yeah. Okay. But Burnley went down last year, of course, and new coach, right? New manager. Scott. Okay, yeah, I saw. Yeah, Scott Parker. Okay. Vincent Company's gone to Bayern Munich. What a. That's a weird one. I don't think so, but we'll see. Right, I'm live on YouTube talking to you right now, by the way, about, which is fine. It's always entertaining. The people right now, there'll be the live chat going, what on earth are they talking about? Right now, 187, but that's across Twitter as well, and a few other places. But yeah. Right, speak to you soon. There we go. Bit of soccer chat. By the way, I'm using the word soccer. Of course, I use the word football myself, but I'm using it for our largely North American audience.
Yeah, I was thinking about it some other day when I wanted to mention football, and I was like, some of these people aren't going to understand, but I figured I'm going to do it anyway. It's ridiculous. Just get a grip, Americans, you know? Start using kilometers, start using meters, and yeah, just get a grip.
Yeah. American football, Australian football, and football, yeah. I think I saw an image the other day of a foot on a ball and basically.
They sometimes say association football as well, right?
Yeah, for soccer, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, some interesting comments in the chat that I won't be highlighting.
Mid went 30 love up here, but well, there's more huge serves from Lehecka. 133 miles per hour to get a 40-30 lead. Well, I mean, at this stage, they might as well just play a tie break, I guess.
I was thinking to say, just go straight to the tie break.
And there's one more ace from Lehecka. I mean, if he didn't hit like 0 in the second set, then he would have been on like a crazy number by now.
Rinderneck just took the set, did he? Okay, that's going to upset Andre. Indeed, goes to metric is certainly more sensible. But don't tell that to a Brit. Well, breaking news: Jane has a man. I'm just seeing this. That match was crazy. I was talking about Dan Evans. I was talking to my man, and he thought the match might be over, and I said I'll switch to Giron Demonor. But yeah, Dan Evans. There we go.
Were you talking to Davidovich Fokina or to Rublev? That's the only.
She's referring to last night, Dan Evans.
No, I mean, was she talking to, when she says my man, was it Davidovich Fokina or Rublev?
Whichever one was not playing, I guess. Although I think Jane is not happy about Davidovich Fokina changing his look from the ponytail to the baseball cap or whatever it is. Some dramatic change he's made in his appearance, and she did some arrows. I saw her she did the whole Nerland arrows thing by saying basically his previous look compared to his current look.
Yeah, South Africa is tricky for sure. And well, this match, of course, is like a bit of a seesaw. Mitchell Krueger had that fairly love opportunity, didn't take it. Now he is under some pressure, but yeah, I don't know. This could be a bit of a Pyrrhic victory for either player. I mean, I guess for Mitch, it's not. Like, it's the biggest win of his career. It's a lot of points. It's a lot of money. But Lehecka, I mean, even if he wins this, has he really won anything?
Who will he play next if he wins? Or the winner of this?
Well, maybe Arthur Rinderknech.
So in your bracket, you had Lehecka beating Rublev, and that was sort of the thing that propelled him, really.
Yeah. And that was basically the key round to get him to the quarters. And after that, somehow I had him beating Djokovic, which I don't remember thinking that.
Yeah.
I don't remember picking that. I think I might have just, I don't know, my finger might have slipped.
You
or
didn't
something
have
like that,
Shelton beating Djokovic or something, did you? Or Tiafovic?
No. I had Lehecka beating him. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I really cannot tell you how that happened because I didn't even remember that. When I was doing the ATP Weekly with Vanch, we just started talking about the draw, and I'm like, I don't remember who I had in the quarters here. And then I suddenly realized I had Lehecka, but I also had him beating Novak for some reason. Anyway, there's a break point for Lehecka now, so maybe he's still going to be in the event, each missing another attacking forehand.
We'll be talking about this match when he's in the semis in a week or so.
Yeah, and when he's claiming the US Open title. Krueger at the net, serve and volley attempt, and it's gonna be good. He's like cheering to the crowd as well. Yeah, it's one of these matches like these best of 5 encounters. Like sometimes you just don't even know where to start if you have to like sum them up a little bit or something like that. There's just so much that's happened today already in this one, and honestly, there's still space for more craziness, obviously.
On that exact topic, Vanch managed to put the Dan Evans match into 1 minute and 59 seconds. Vanch was speaking at like 100 miles an hour. And because I sent him a WhatsApp last night when I asked Eddie if he could do a little thing, and Eddie's like, "I'm in the pub." Okay, fine. I then text Vanch, and I was like, "Vanch, can you give me a minute or two on just a minute or two clip, even if it's audio, that's fine." But in the end, he sent me a video, and he said perfect, and he sent me 1 minute and 59 seconds, and it was it was Vanch speaking very, very quickly. Let's say that to cover that match. I'm sort of flicking between the Lehecka match and your screen share, Damien, just so you know.
Okay.
Because I saw you just scrolling down at other matches on later on today.
Yeah, I was just looking at the schedule right now, honestly. But
Borges Kokidakis, is that today? Is it okay?
No, that was the schedule for tomorrow.
Okay. Is it? Is the schedule out for tomorrow already?
Yeah, it is. But
right.
I'll stay until the end of this, I suppose.
That's what I was thinking. If we can, I mean, no worries if you can't, but if we could see out Krueger.
Yeah, we've got 4 all deuce. 4 all deuce. I mean, it's not that far off now, so I think I'll stay. But yeah, I was not expecting this match to last 4 hours, obviously.
You thought I mean, even despite the jokes and everything, you were pretty optimistic about Lehecka straight sets win.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. The first round win for Mitch, obviously very important for him, but like it was a bit of a mess as well. But yeah, first set, Lehecka was like mostly keeping himself in it with the serving, and I thought, well, there's still every chance for him to get back into it, and then he suddenly loses 11 games in a row. That's a net court and a half for Mitch Krueger. Might just get him over the line in this game. And it does. 5-4 Krueger.
Ghosty doing a bit of delving into the stats. Ghosty, what website do you generally use? I remember back in the day you using TNNS, but I remember telling you, what are you doing? Get off that, stat place.
I mean, for the US Open, I just use the US Open website, really.
Yeah, but I was wondering what Ghost is using.
No, because Ghosty is asking in the chat. Yeah, that's why.
So Tiafoe looking in very good shape. I would like to see him and Shelton have a rematch, if only because I think that both would pose an interesting challenge. Oh, the physio's coming on, I presume, for Shevchenko. Down 1-4 indeed, yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, you guys are correct as well that Mitch did not play college. I think he was like also like, just like most tennis players in the States, really, he was like signed up for something and then he just decided to turn pro instead. Like T-Pole or whatever. Okay, that was as well an interesting rally. Lehecka finding the baseline, Krueger not quite. So 5-4 now for the American. It's very loud music right now.
Okay, hang on.
Tennis Abstract is popular, yes, but it's not going to give you stats in real time. That's exactly, yeah, Ghosty is right there. Tennis Abstract is just not going to give you stats in real time, so that's not what we want there. But of course, it's a fantastic project. Really showing the potential that there is in tennis data. If maybe the tennis organizations were a bit more willing to spread it, to share it with others. Anyway, looks like 5 games all, and it's a 29th ace of the match for Lehecka, who, yeah, I think if not for that second set where he didn't hit even a single one, yeah.
Qinwen Zheng looks like she means business as she levels things up. Shevchenko getting some attention to his knee, actually. At first I thought it was just sort of an illness thing rather than, but he's getting some just below the knee, pretty severe attention from the physio.
5 games all. I mean, at this stage, it would be somewhat anticlimactic if we didn't get a tiebreak. But, well, this match has been a bit of a drag too, so who knows? Lehecka definitely the player who's been able to stay a bit calmer under pressure. Just has more range on his shots, I guess. Actually has a shot at outlasting Mitch in a rally, whereas Krueger feels like he has to attack, and most of the time when he actually is forced to be is pretty much in there with a chance to get a very good lead or just get himself closer to the finish line, these shots stop going in. And now it really feels like Lehecka will just be grinding with him in this game, which I think is probably the right thing to do. And yeah, Krueger is going to be supplying the errors so far, so low 30. I definitely think that Lehecka is doing it right here by just allowing Mitch to make these mistakes and not really going for broke. 14 unforced errors in set 5 from Mitch, 6 for Lehecka. I think in last set it was 15-6 as well in favor of the Czech, who had less, of course, had fewer in this sense.
Elena asking, is the second upset of the day brewing? Zheng versus the other, but Zheng's just won the second set, so I think.
And the first would be Krejcikova, or?
Yeah, I was just wondering what the first would be. Yeah, maybe Krejcikova, I guess. Yeah.
Probably Krejcikova. 3 breakpoints for Lehecka. So this is looking pretty brutal. Krueger just, yeah, Lehecka giving him the ball, and the errors are coming. What a grind it's been, and has it now come to a sweet end for Lehecka, or is there more twists and turns? Well, first serve is for the serve on the first breakpoint is unreturned. I was just looking at that Nakashima Kazo match as well. Someone just mentioned to me, Brandon winning this one very comfortably so far. When I was watching it, like he almost had no issues on serve. Looks like from there he kinda, Kazo started getting something going there, but overall still looks like a very clean win so far for Brandon. Krueger finding a deep backhand approach shot here, and he saves another breakpoint. That's just insane. How do I close this now? Yeah, here. And Echeverri as well, 4-1 up with Cerundolo in the final set. That would be a fitting fifth set tiebreak as well, I think, Fran and Tome. But yeah, one more breakpoint for Lehecka. One of the key points of the match yet again. Serve is out. What can Iji do on the second serve of Mitch? Well, he just froze in the forehand block return, basically. And Mitch is going to make the error. So yeah, very smart from Lehecka this game to just kind of grind it out. Not bother about being aggressive, but yeah, just allow Mitch to make these errors that he knew they were coming. What else do we have in the chat? Lesser Cerundolo, other Andrieva, good friends. And yeah, after the change of ends, we're going to have Lehecka serving for the match. Who would have thought when he lost 11 games in a row?
Some chat about younger brothers like Tsitsipas's brother and also Berrettini's younger brother as well.
Yeah, but what about Pavlos Tsitsipas then?
And this is a third Tsitsipas that I'm not aware of.
Yeah. Probably the best looking one-hander out of the three brothers. And yeah, Iji Lehecka about to serve for the match despite losing 11 games in a row at one point, from 5-6 in the first to, from 6-5 in the first to 0-3 in the third set.
Tiafoe is basically there, 5-1 up in the second set.
There was also a break point that Lehecka had to save at 3-4 down in the third. Many spots where he could have lost the match, but now he's serving for it. And just needs to keep peaking on serve as he's been most of the match. And yeah, this might be over now. Krueger playing a great point, firing a backhand cross court, but then Lehecka comes up with this angle that Mitch doesn't even run towards. I don't know if it's fatigue or just wasn't expecting it, but this is 2 points away from the win for the young Czech. Krueger slice approaching to the Lehecka backhand. Oh, wow. Now that's a point. Well, he had to play a very tricky half volley, and Lehecka could have done everything with the ball there. But he just plays it at Mitch, who is able to put it away. Just like a total reaction with almost no time at the net. Luck, reflexes, you tell me. But anyway, he gets the point. And once again, he's on the attack. But can he make that forehand pass, Lehecka? I think he has. Oh, wow. Now that is one of the shots of the match, really, given where it's coming. Setting him up with these 2 match points. Mitch did everything right, I think. That was one of the better backhand approaches I've seen from him in this match. And yet Lehecka finds the line with the forehand pass. 2 match points now for my semi-finalist. Lehecka is on the attack in the last point. Krueger, though, turning things around. Gonna approach the net again. And is he gonna get past? No, it's in the net from Lehecka. Just one more match point. The tension that we've had building up the entire match, all coming to this point. It's a second serve at the body. Lehecka should be able to put it away, and he does. He's on the floor after progressing to the third round. But even though in the past I remember saying that basically maybe it was about Korda when he was on the floor after one of these performances that didn't really seem that impressive, in straight sets. I was saying that maybe it's a bit much. But I mean, with Lehecka here, well, he definitely fought for it, even though for many there was that streak of 11 games when we thought that he wouldn't. And yeah, he's still reacting to this so strongly. He's screaming out there. And well, he deserves some credit for it for sure. It was not a good performance, definitely not, from start to finish. But well, he lost that 11 games in a row. He seemed like he was down and out, but he kept fighting. Mitch felt the nerves in most of these spots, and yeah, that's where we are now. I don't know what it means for the next round, to be honest. I really have no idea. I don't know what it means for the fact that he's going to have to play Rublev or Rinderknech. Is he still a contender for a deep run here in this event, or is it done? Is his level just not high enough? That's something we're going to learn. But indeed, a great fight from him after all. Brutal loss for Mitch, but he had so many chances to take it potentially, and he always failed mentally. It was just too big for him, just like the Davidovich Fokina match recently. So I guess we had some previous info about that, and kind of, well, Lehecka also knew that Mitch is nervous, and that's why he played like this in the last few games, just ground him down, and kudos to him as well, because that was clearly the right idea. Who was my favorite Smurf? I'll tell you for next time, Nurlan. I don't know their English names, to be honest. I don't think I've ever watched it in English. Anyway, yeah, that's going to be it for today. 4 hours with me and a bit with John as well. So hope you guys enjoyed it. We watched Badosa Townsend, we watched a bit of Kazuna Kashima, and we watched almost the entirety of that Krueger-Lehecka match, which was brutal. I honestly need to rest right now, but there's still a lot more US Open option to come. So keep tuning into this and of course our content later on. It's well, in 4 hours, there's going to be another stream. So make sure you watch that. And yeah, see ya. Target 10K subscribers. Over and out.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.